The hardest it's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
The hardest it's ever been. But you know what?
What's that?
I'm clean.
You're clean?
I'm clean.
You're pure? You're simple and clean?
I'm sober. I'm 2 weeks clean and sober. No. I am clean on DMC spoilers. So
Stop it.
yep.
Stop it.
That's it. Haven't beat the game yet. I'm doing it for you.
He's doing it for you.
For you. I'm doing it for you.
He's doing it for you.
So be cool.
Yeah, man.
Okay? That's all we're going to say. It's not all we're going to say.
Yeah.
But
We're going to talk for like a couple hours.
yeah.
Yeah.
The funnest possible like type of spoiler hit my stream on Saturday where someone just donated and dropped a fire ass William Blake quote.
Oh, it's poetry.
And I was like, poetry? God, fuck, that's it took
No
a second.
bad poetry.
Yeah, and then I did a little Google search on it, and it was like, oh man, yeah, that's absolutely.
See, that's the part that you can't do, because if like whenever that drops on me, or people are just like, hey, you know, so and so, whatever, I just pretend they're trying to fuck with me, man.
But the problem was that someone went, that's not from the game, and then I was like, are you sure? And then they're like, no, it's not. Yes, it is, bro. And then I was like, and of course it is. Yes. But I was like, oh, fuck, that's fire. So all that to say, yeah, we're going to get back to it. But I've stayed cold and clean. And as I mentioned it on my stream, but, you know, obviously there's a lot of people that didn't hear that. So I'm going to mention it here. If I've blocked you recently, it's because you tweeted spoilers at me and you're on probation. And you know, it might have just been out of hype. You might have gotten excited and not considered it. Maybe you didn't hear me say that I didn't beat the game yet. Maybe you're not paying attention. Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, I'm going to block you. And when I beat the game, I'll unblock you.
Yeah.
But for now, you're out.
I've had this happen in the recent past, and I take a different approach. I take the approach of, what are you doing? What do you do? What were you thinking?
What were you thinking?
And universally, it comes back. Oh no! Oh shit! Oh fuck! And it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah. It sucks that Twitter is the kind of format that is really not great for keeping people up to date on details that you need to stay in their consciousness.
Yeah.
Because if you tweet it and it goes out and then X people see it, they're all that have seen it.
Yeah.
And no one's going to go back to check before they retweet you something that you've already retweeted.
So last night there was a guy, I was laughing because, like, I get it. I was talking about conservating items in games, how I do it too much. And the guy wrote, don't do it then, you idiot, LOL. And then he wrote 1 second later, don't do it then, you dummy, LOL. And then I clicked on and it was gone. But it's like, but they show up. I see it. I can see it. It doesn't hurt my feeling. That's fine. You can call me idiot all you want. But like, imagine that was like, hey, did you know that Jesus dies in the Bible or what? You know, whatever. And they're like, oh crap. There's a big character moment at the middle part of the New Testament. It's like, but I seen it.
Yeah. I mean, we've laughed at it a bunch of times because it's so foreign to me because I've never been so excited at a thing that my first reaction was to like call up my friend and just tell him what happened.
Yeah.
You know, or tweet or text rather, you know, like somebody and just be like, oh, yeah, and just get right into it. Like,
so I was in a situation with mission 12. I beat mission 12 like 8 days before release, and was like, who?
Yeah.
Who do I actually talk to?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, do you have a review? You do have a review copy. Okay.
Right.
Huh, did you get up to that mission? No.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, even casual friend discussion has like it was fine in the end, but like someone that I was chatting with about the game was just kind of like throwing stuff out there and like mentioned like an SDT, you know, type of thing, and I was like, you cleared that by one session.
By one moment. Yeah.
You cleared that hurdle bar by one, you know? But anyway.
You can't unsee it. Mm-hmm. Just how you can never go back in time and see Harry without erectile dysfunction. or Grindelwald and Dumbledore eating each other's butts every day. Have you been kind of keeping up with this shit?
Oh, you mean
the funniest thing that's ever happened?
Oh, you mean about how the wizards of Hogwarts side with Palestine?
Oh my god, it's so everything about it.
What is J.K. Rowling doing?
What
are you doing?
I know exactly what she's doing. Do you know what she's doing?
What?
She wrote a book in the 90s that wasn't as woke as she is now. And she feels bad because there are almost no people of color. There's no gay people in those stories, etc., etc.
No Asians. Wait, there's that one
There's
Asian.
The one.
Where's the other one? She's a snake.
Oh, no. Right? But, like, she's going... Like, I saw the actual best tweet about this was like... Oh, Dumbledore loved cock. He loved it so much every day in his mouth. Can he hold hands with a dude in the movie? No.
Yeah. Like, so yeah. And then there was definitely that whole bit where it's like, okay, I guess it's not on camera then. But there's a whole lot of there's an article that was just like, I forgot the title of it was something just along the lines of like, here's a list of things no one wanted to know about Harry Potter characters.
It's huge. It's enormous. It's so big.
You know, starting with the shitting themselves where they stand.
And all I can think of is this is a completely modern invention. J.R.R. Tolkien, like, how would you get his thoughts on the book? You'd have to have the BBC or some shit go interview him. And then what would they talk about? Oh, the writing problem. Where'd you get the language thing, right? And now he's dead. So, good.
Okay, but George R.R. Martin is your closest equivalent.
Well, yeah, except no, that's the opposite. Because finish the fucking book, old bastard.
Because there's that.
Tell us anything.
There's that. Just that Conan sketch, man. That goddamn. There's a Conan sketch of like, we've installed security cameras in George R.R. Martin's house, and like, let's check in. We can check in at any time during the show to see what he's up to. And it's just, here's George R.R. Martin jumping on a trampoline. Here's George R.R. Martin doing handstands and like literally doing anything but writing the book. And it's just a lookalike doing a bunch of mundane, stupid, random time-wasting activities. And he's just, and the book is sitting on a table and he refuses to go write.
Hey, let me ask you, because this is a more interesting question to me, where it's like, George R.R. Martin does not have the responsibility to write a book for you. He wrote those 4 or 5. What are they at? 5 now books? Maybe 6.
Storm of Swords,
right?
Feast for Crows, Game of Thrones.
And you bought those books knowing that book was part of a whatever, and you bought it, and that's the transaction completed essentially. Yep. And that to get frustrated with the man for not writing more of the book is.
Entitled?
Is entitled. Yeah. How do you feel about that argument or point of view?
I feel that like it is an artist's choice. It is any artist's prerogative to decide whether or not they want to make more of a thing, right? Because you don't know what's going on with them and their motivations and reasons or whatever the case is. I think Evangelion proved to us that
don't force them to keep working if they don't want to keep doing it.
An artist is allowed to tap out where he feels like tapping out.
Because if he doesn't tap out, he'll make you tap out.
Yeah. That's basically your thesis statement, right? This is for you? No, this is for me. Mm-hmm. Oh, but I thought it was for me. Yeah, but it wasn't. Okay. But I really wish it was for me. So all that to say that, like, you never know if, like, maybe the person that made something incredibly amazing that you're super into is, like, agonizing making it.
Yeah.
Right? In which case they're like, this is unhealthy. I need to stop. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's just like Vagabond, where whatever that sad story is, but nonetheless, that's basically what it was. He's just like, I can't,
okay,
but I feel that like as the fans, like it's understandable that it ends prematurely, and you're like, God damn it, I want to know what's going on. But the final say is in the creator's hands. They get to.
So I agree with everything you said, and I only want to add one thing that kind of leaves me on the opposite end of the argument, and it's I personally believe, and whether or not this is going to come down to personal, taste or opinion, that when you write or produce or whatever something, and you tell people that it's going to be X thing and it will have a conclusion, that you have entered into a social contract with the people who buy the first one, that there will be an end to the story because you told them there would be.
If you announce that there would be.
Well, I mean, he said, I think it's book 1 of 7, like way back.
Okay, but Shenmue was game 1 of 14.
Yeah.
Or chapter 1 of 14.
And they failed us every day since Shenmue 2 came out.
So,
right? But you know what I mean, right? Like, if I go, I am going to beat this game on stream, and then fall off it for whatever, right? That sucks. Is that a disaster? No, because who gives a shit about my pissant thing? But this is like, dude, I read Game of Thrones 1 when I think I was in fucking elementary school. Which was way too graphic and fucked for me to be reading it then, but whatever. Imagine had I been like a diehard and kept every like, I would be insufferable on this conversation.
We've had the version of this before where it's like, do you prefer the thing to just end in the middle, or to get a rushed shitty bad end that does actually close out the story? Which is better?
As somebody who likes Berserk, I'd prefer it to end badly, and then I can just headcanon a better ending in my head for a decade, rather than it. I think the worst thing that can happen to a story is for it to just fizzle out. It kills me. Because, like, I can... Okay, take this for example. Take Full Metal Alchemist, right? I can't stand the original fucking anime run of Full Metal Alchemist because I think all sorts of stupid fucking shit happened. But at least it gave me the ability to go, well, I would have done this better, or I would have changed this, right?
Yeah.
Or I don't like how that happened. I can at least talk about it. And then Brotherhood comes out. I'm like, oh yeah, that's how I would have because I'm so smart. But you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
And it is irrational, but I understand, like, because I see George R.R. Martin, like, he'll do a talk show, he'll do a convention, he'll do this, he'll do that, he'll give the TV rights to the thing, and he'll do anything other than the only thing people care about. And I don't mean leisure-wise, right? If he said, fuck y'all, I'm off to a tropical island, I'm out, yeah, who's gonna bust his balls?
So... like, I touched it before, but like Vagabond is excruciating. It's excruciating because it's like that thing had a clear buildup to a confrontation that we'll never see. And like the whole story, seeing as it's based on a book that was written and like you can play this all out or whatever, is meant to show you like. It basically gives you... There's a point where the story cuts in and gives you a second protagonist. Mm-hmm. And then you literally spend entire volumes following a second protagonist. Mm. And then it's going to show you the confrontation of the two. Right?
Yeah.
So, imagine if you're playing DMC4 and then, like, instead of the Dante Nero fight switching off to Dante, the Dante Nero fight was at the end of both.
Yeah.
Right? And then we build up all of Dante's missions and all of Nero's missions.
And then you get to mission 18 and the game just ends.
And then you never find out, right? Yeah. So it's fucking excruciating and it sucks. And like the fact that he had to kind of have this like show mural thing where he's like, here's a glimpse of some moments in the future, but we'll never quite see them. Like, I guess I've, in my heart, kind of just laid it to rest and let it die. But I don't... Like, if it came out and he just... Or if he handed it off to someone that just did napkin scribbles...
Yeah.
And fucking...
Hand it off to one.
And then, yeah, sure, right, exactly. And then he just did napkin scribbles and just went. And then they fought, and then it was over by, that would ruin it because it's unarguably a part of the story.
Right.
As opposed to the trail off, which could then, you could have a spiritual pickup somewhere. You could have someone come along and be like, I've decided to create a second series where this is what it would be. Or, you know what I mean? You can do all kinds of things after the fact, but if it's officially included and it's garbage, that would have been worse. I'm gonna cement that feeling.
I think I just clicked in my head as to what the problem is for me personally. If George R. R. Martin came out and said, dudes, I'm tired, I'm not going to finish the books, all of my irrational resentment and whatever would immediately fade away. It'd be like, yeah, man, you got to do you. You got to live your life. You're old. Maybe you don't want to write books anymore. Whatever. But that's not going to happen.
What about if Gaben said that?
About what? About
what else?
Oh, right. That thing that's been dead for decades?
Yeah. Officially.
Having Mark Laidlaw come out and be like 8-9 years after the last thing of like, yeah, we're still working on it, and be like, yeah, it's fucking dead and I'm quitting because it's fucking dead. Here's what it would have been. And then have radio fucking silence from Valve was the worst possible thing that could have happened. Like, I'm really, really glad we got that stuff, but that was the actual worst. Because if you ask them about it, they'll still be like, yeah, we're thinking about it. Just fuck you. You're not. You are not. Just tell us it's canceled. Just say it's fucking canceled.
Do you think it's so far that they can't? Do you think it's like the buildup is too intense that you can't just
why did you cancel it now? So that you could get bad press for a week? Right? Like, why? Why bother?
Yeah.
Like,
there's nothing to gain.
It's pointless.
Everything to lose.
Like, it's like...
all it does is it bookends something for people. But it doesn't give you you get no benefits whatsoever.
Other than the people that are going to be mad at you for the rest of their lives over this. Like, I mean, it's a video game, right? Like, how important can it be?
Think about it from a strictly business perspective, right? Cancellations aren't announced because they bring closure to a project. They're announced because they need you to know where this thing is going or not going so that you don't ask about it forever and get upset when it doesn't happen.
Well, Valve is doing a great job of not listening to anybody ask them about anything.
But they don't have to. They're Valve.
Yeah.
They found a golden ticket.
Right up until European and North American governments start going, what are you selling on the store? What is that? Pardon? Excuse me?
And then I believe there's that other stuff where they wasn't there like the remake or something that they handed off to like a fan group?
They officially endorsed The Hunt for the Freeman, which is like a pile of shit.
Okay. Right. Well.
So like I don't even know anymore.
Well, anyway,
yeah, if all people want to, like, I feel like people want closure more than they want an ending to the story. People want to stop wondering if the story's going to end and would rather just be told that it's over and that it won't finish.
The other option, of course, in all these cases is to just have a script come out, which...
Game of Thrones is in a really bizarre place because of that. Because the TV producers are a lot more persuasive than we are.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. That season's happening.
There is a proper nightmare where the only ending... Like, to people who, there are people who, like, I'm a book fan, I don't care about the TV show.
Yeah.
But it only ends in the TV show.
Yeah.
That's, like, the worst.
Well, you brought up Full Metal, and, like, I haven't watched Brotherhood.
You read the manga?
Yeah. And I watched the original series.
So it's
so that's manga. One of those things where, like, I don't think I had this discussion, I think, with Austin, like, a couple days ago or whatever, but, like, it was just one of those, like, I know, and I've been told by everyone how awesome Brotherhood is, and so because of that, on a curiosity, I will eventually go check it out.
It's just a really good adaptation of the manga.
But you have to understand, I've done this story twice already, and I've done it like fully, and like it was a very short period of time for this reboot to happen because I was knee deep in the original Full Metal Alchemist and then Conqueror of Shambhala and then even the little 4-minute outro thing that happens in the real world. And then I was super duper deep into that manga for a while. And I was like, okay, cool. Those are what the differences are. Got it. That's why they made their ending here, and then the anime did its other ending there. And then
it splits off pretty early.
And then Brotherhood was an attempt to reanimate the corrected original manga sequence. And I'm like, okay, but I've already done a lot of this. I kind of don't need Edward Elric and Alphonse right now.
Yeah.
I've had a whole lot of that.
Yeah.
And I'm good, you know? But it was great for people that had never, ever seen any Full Metal Alchemist, right? If it was all new to you, Brotherhood is a fantastic place.
I was in the weirdest place ever with that, where I was reading the manga and I caught up to the manga.
Right.
Like, I caught up to the manga around the time when they meet Father for the first time. And I'm like, well, shit's over. I'm like, oh, there's an anime. Cool, I'll watch that.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm halfway through it. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know. I didn't know what the fuck is this? And it, like, I cannot enjoy that thing on its own terms. And, like, it's fucked.
And it's super easy to forget that, like, we were in college when we were watching the original. And a bunch of people that are just out of high school entering college now,
of course, watch Brotherhood,
are getting and it's like, this is for the new audience. Okay, cool.
The manga's fantastic, and there's some amazing, like, art and panel work in there.
Yeah.
But, like, I mean, it's anime. Just watch the anime.
But I realized after a certain point that I was like, a lot of the folks that are kind of going like, dude, you really need to get on Brotherhood. It's like, you were 5 when the original was out, so
and I read it.
You might not have caught that.
Yeah.
But I did, and it's okay, and I know this is better, and I know this is different. I know it's the manga, but
you know what I'm really excited for?
It was really soon.
You know what I'm fucking building up my fucking social media, like, fucking ass power for? Yo, Pat, oh my god, I don't know if you saw it. There's this new fucking anime on Netflix. It's so fucked up. It's the robots, but they're oh, dude, and, like, it's really sad, and like, the kid's like a pussy. Like, I was watching that shit before you were fucking born!
I was really wondering how that would play out, and so far, most people have heard of Ava, so it's okay. But there's definitely a new audience that is going, oh yeah, I've heard about this shit, I hear it's super cool, and then tweets of people going, what the fuck? Oh my god, what is this shit? You didn't tell me, you didn't warn me, you know, but, like, no one is doing the worst version of it, which is, oh my god, you have to get on this hype new shit.
I'm so excited.
I haven't seen that yet.
You know what I'm not excited
because
for?
Those people, remember as well that, like, for some kids, there's people who rebuild. The rebuilds are Evangelion.
Yeah.
There's a whole
That's
bunch
even
of people.
weirder. That's even weirder.
It's the worst.
Oh, man.
That's awful. That's an awful place to be. If the rebuilds are your experience. But I'm
sorry.
That's a lot. That's a bunch of people. For sure.
I'm also waiting for having to go, this was made in Japan in 1996, and yes, there is some dark subject matter that may not perfectly align with today's values.
Yeah.
One at the beginning and one at the end, and boy, it ain't comfortable. It wasn't comfortable then either.
When are we gonna redraw the hand and get the extra details with modern CG?
It's really funny.
Can we get some really good goopy CG?
It's funny
with
because
the bubbles?
That scene is the only scene in the entire show that I think is better in the dub. Because I do not like the Evangelion dub, except for that one line.
I'm fucked up.
In Japanese, it's something like, "What's wrong with me?" And in English, it's just like, "Oh, I'm so fucked up."
Yeah.
It's like it's the most honest he could ever have been with the audience. It's so perfect.
I think since the time of the original release, our ability to render photorealistic hot glue has come a long way, and I think if we're rebuilding,
let's rebuild it.
Why not? You know, why not get in there? Why not really rebuild it?
I'm so
Yeah.
I'm so excited for just that show to just hit a new batch of people and just
batch.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like just hit a new batch of people just and have that be the discussion. Like, hey, it's 2019 and people are talking about that thing that I watched 23 years ago when I was in grade 5 and Stuart had the anime tapes that his brother stole from the microplay. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. But the problem is that like unless Netflix what Netflix needs to do is have episode 26 autoplay into End of Ava.
Yeah.
Right?
It should.
That's the proper way to do it.
It should not, and it should explicitly not play into Death and Rebirth.
Skip Death and Rebirth.
Death and Rebirth is an explicit half step that was released in theaters for a very bizarre series of financial and production reasons.
It would also make everybody stop watching and never get to the real ending.
Yeah, never, because it sucks.
So, without being told to skip Death and Rebirth, you might not do that, and then you have a bad experience.
You ever seen the fucking End of Evangelion fucking Japanese theater cut?
Yeah.
It's fucking wild, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's so fucking weird.
And cut to fucking black. No wrap up, no anything.
No. The End of Ava one, not Death and Rebirth.
No, I know. It cuts to black.
Oh, wait, which one am I thinking of? On
the whenever you see when you see that fancy now it's time and you see the fucking fancy credits going, that's your DVD release. In the theaters, you get your final shot. And then
because I never made it all the way through because I just watched it to get to the live action alternate real world sequences.
Oh yeah, there you were.
Those ones
with the actual crowd. Yeah. No, that's all there.
That's so weird.
That's still there on the DVD.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because on the Blu-ray release, it's not there.
And you're getting the letters, the death threats.
Yeah.
And you're getting the graffiti written on the studio outside. But there was no fucking credits.
See, here's the problem, right? Here's the real issue. We're talking about George R.R. Martin, and we're talking about maybe leave artists alone because they'll fuck up the thing you like. Here's the thing. That happened with Evangelion, and then we got End of Evangelion, which is one of the best pieces of animated film ever. And then they kept bugging him. And we got Rebuild 1 and 2, which are great. And then so you can only annoy creators into like 2 pieces of art that are good. And then if you keep going, then you'll get 3.33. The Game of Thrones 3.33 where Arya turns into a Gundam or whatever.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, for everything that End of Ava does to you, it also, we can't forget, like, it has moments when Asuka roundhouse kicks a goddamn mass-produced unit in a fucking mecha suit, like, that spoke to my soul, man. That
or when she punches that one through the other one,
it went deep. I was like, oh. I was so in. Like, the action is unbelievable. Before you fucking, he builds you up, man. Mama.
Yeah.
Do it all for mama.
It's hey, I tricked you with these cool robots into thinking about the pointlessness of life and why nothing matters, and I'm depressed.
Man, that kick was so good.
That's the problem with art, right? Because you were saying, like, about Vagabond and Martin is like, what if it's just killing him to make it, right? Mm-hmm. It's like Evangelion was, like, you go watch that shit and be aware when you watch that first 24-episode run that his life is disintegrating in the background and he hates his job and he is the most depressed a human being can be. And he's just channeling all that human suffering into the TV show. And I'm like, maybe we should make artists feel bad all the time.
Well, welcome to the not the creation, but welcome to one of the most, like, perfect examples of deconstruction, right?
Yeah.
Where, like, when you feel like shit and you've actually been the one that built up what this genre was, and you go,
this shit sucks.
This is stupid.
It's dumb.
Right?
Kids and robots?
What?
Fuck that.
A fucking 14... What is an actual 14-year-old? Not a 14-year-old with cut, ripped abs and a deep voice... Right? Like, not that kind of 14-year-old. Let's get a real one.
No, man, I was 14 once. I was a pussy.
Right?
I thought that girl was hot. I went to go say hi, and this came out.
Scientist parent that leaves the legacy
Yeah.
behind for you.
Oh, wait, that sucks.
And all you got to do is defeat the monsters of the day and save the world with your breast of fire.
That's it, right? That's all it.
And you got your hot-blooded partner, and you got your cool, quiet partner, and the three of you are going to fucking do it.
Except getting into the robot itself is a traumatic and incestuous experience that pushes the very limits of your psyche and the pressures of the entire human race upon your tiny bitch shoulders as you struggle to take your first step are crushing down upon you.
That's not very manly.
No.
My burning soul is not filled with vigor and youthful flame.
I don't know if I can get into the robot. Well, if you don't get into the robot, I'm going to take this girl whose arms and legs are fucking falling off and jam her into the robot, bitch. So get in the robot.
My youthful soul is filled with bitch. There is bitch in my heart. What now? Well, that class that you love going to and all your friends and family and all the cool kids in school, the high school adventures you want to have, fuck those kids.
I really feel like there's a part in Evangelion that we never got to see where Shinji's like, I don't want to get in the robot, and Ikari's like, I'm just gonna start disappearing people you know until you get into the robot. You're like, hey, class rep, she's pretty cool. Gone. I don't know where she is. She's gone. Get in the robot. Because Gendo's that kind of guy. At all costs, man.
Yeah. Wait, so Monster of the Week, we just got to shoot it with the thing and then it blows up, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's not going to shatter awful, planet-annihilating... Yeah. Anyway, so that was... a fantastic, let's blow this shit up and take a look at what it actually would be, you know? In addition to, I'm not feeling good.
I don't feel good.
In fact, I feel bad.
Also, we screwed up the money, and we're broke by the time we get to episode 19. Take a look at this elevator. I think the elevator scene is like the greatest scene in anime ever. I absolutely adore it. It is my favorite.
Okay, so you can be describing one of three things.
I'm talking about Asuka and Rei in the elevator that has zero animation.
Yes, okay.
For multiple minutes.
There you go.
Because I think it is, like, I know that it's because they're broke.
Mm-hmm.
In the extraordinarily fancy, expensive one, they add, like, Asuka moving her hair over, like, once. Mm-hmm. It's like, I have been in that elevator. Mm-hmm. You have been in that elevator. It's the worst thing in the world. And it's this dead silent with just the... It's so good.
There's another elevator. And that's your brief glimpse into what's happening in the real world while Shinji's in his head. And that's not a happy elevator.
No.
And you're like, what was that? Nothing. That was nothing. Don't worry about that. I'm working out my shit up here.
I'm in here.
But that was you didn't see that. And you want to talk about static. I want to say 45 seconds, but it might even be longer.
It's much longer.
Of
the hand
holding.
Yeah, it's really
Kaoru.
long. It's minutes. It feels like anyway.
Holding Kaoru.
And then you start to feel like Kaoru, and you're like, well, when is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it?
You should watch Neon Genesis Evangelion.
One of the worst titles ever.
Yeah. If you could, I know you were clearly going for
evangelize, and it's
new,
and it's literally neon on some part. It's
like new biblical, whatever, new thesis.
Makes
new
no
theology.
sense at all. The title is complete nonsense.
Neon and Neo are not the same thing.
No, but you get it because it's neon. Yeah.
It could have been called Cruel Angel's Thesis.
It should have been. Oh, that would. Oh.
That's the thing.
And the song should have been called
Neon Genesis Evangelion.
And that would make it a lot weirder.
Hot take.
Yeah, no, you're completely right.
Hot take, but the show should have been called Cruel Angel's Thesis.
Absolutely, 100%. You're completely right. You think that was a mistake they made?
When it's
not. Think that was like a typo?
I mean, fuck, man. So when you come in, when your goddamn intro names are rivaling the quality of the actual name of the part of the episode or the series itself, can we please give a shout outs to Trader's Requiem?
Trader's Requiem for Okar. So Fighting Gold was a little divisive. Trader's Requiem is not.
Fighting Gold was divisive?
I saw a lot of people not like it. I didn't like it that much when I saw it.
I thought it was it was hot.
Yeah, because it's like that fucking James Bond song.
But you can fucking check with Steph. Like, we would be humming that song around the house. Mm-hmm. You know,
But there are people that did not like it. I have not seen anyone not like Trader's Requiem.
Anyway, Trader's Requiem is fucking great.
It's super good.
It's a great name. It starts with Gangstar.
I can't believe it starts with that
shit. But to be perfectly honest, the real star of the show, to me, is goddamn Modern Crusaders. Enigma, the outro. I love that outro. Fuck, because Enigma is the Matrix band, right? They did a bunch of music for the Matrix. They did.
They were also a stand user in Part 4.
Yeah, sure. There you go, right? But so Enigma's been around forever. Modern Crusaders is so fucking hot, and it transitions into fucking Carmina Burana, which is your classical we know.
It's your old timey epic music from back in the day.
And then we're gonna slowly pan up the same roundabout style thing of this is your mural, right? Yeah. This is your big shot, and it's just all the stands in classical Renaissance poses.
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, right, and then. And there's things to notice, of course. Two things I noticed right off the bat. One is more obvious, but it's as you get to the dividing line and you get to the upper tier of the hero stands, you got Purple Haze down at the bottom, looking dejected.
Yeah,
for all the obvious reasons.
He's sad.
Because Purple Haze is very sad.
Yeah.
As we move, and he's not even looking at the conflict above, you know, so that's fucking fantastic.
He's looking down off screen at his solo book,
right? And then exactly, and then the rest is happening above. But the real beauty, and this one I gotta keep vague, is the first stand you see in that outro is not obvious. And anyone who knows about this part is going to know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There's a stand you see before you see the stands.
Yeah.
And you either know or you don't know. And if you do know, you go, oh, you got it in there. You got it in there. And I saw that and I was like, oh, that's fucking great. It's so good. It's so good. There's hidden shit that's great in there for the people that know about the rest of this. And this is still, like I said, it's the weakest part of JoJo, but it's still fucking JoJo.
So I'm at the point where it's I am thrilled because ever since the train, it's all been new to me. I don't know. The only thing I knew about was King Crimson. Okay. But luckily enough, that actually came and went fairly quickly. I was kind of shocked.
Yeah. First encounter.
So there's all these little character moments that live on forever, and Abakio drinking his fucking wine as Narancia and fucking Mista are just giving the boots to this random fucko.
Yeah.
And then just hard cut to the fucking.
Not only are they stomping this rando out, they're stomping him out Joe Pesci style.
Yeah.
it's specifically like fucking Pesci and Goodfellas style stomp outs.
Like it's Billy Bats.
You motherfuck! You go ahead and get your fucking shine box.
And it's like, I'm watching it.
Right?
And
the full body swing into the kick, like...
Abakio is sipping his wine in the back of my mind. I'm like, please, hard cut. Please, hard cut to him. Yeah! It's like, it's a shot that works because I can obviously tell that is a gag that was made on a page.
Yeah.
And then it's like, but it translates so perfectly to animation.
Because these are a bunch of shit kids.
Don't forget that our heroes are pieces of shit.
Always.
They have hearts of gold, yes. But fuck their dumb asses.
So your Stardust Crusaders were all paragons of men.
Yeah.
Cadillacs of men.
Like Jotaro was like what sold Jotaro's character to me forever was he's beating up Kakyoin and he goes, listen, I'm a badass. I go to restaurants and I leave without paying all the time. Yeah. I'm a bad guy. Right, and it's like, fucking what, Jotaro? That's what you got?
And then Josuke and Okuyasu look like delinquents, but so they're bad news. Don't hang out with those kids. Nothing but trouble. But they're the nicest sweethearts.
Hey man, I hate turtles, but I'm gonna make sure this turtle's okay because it's a living creature, and you should be nice to all living things.
The sweet, like, oh yo, can we get some money? I like money. Let's hustle.
And what are they doing? Are they stealing from people? No, they're scraping up coupons off the ground.
It's so you're like, let's take a look at the actual street trash that don't just say it. They're literally street kids that
the only reason these guys are not villains of the week is because they have hearts of gold.
There you go. And conviction. Or Bruno has a dream. Yeah. Quite frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Giorno's got a dream. But Bruno has a dream. And that dream is
a more real dream than Giorno.
Fuck drugs is a dream. I get it. I get it.
Drugs stabbed my dad.
Yeah.
So I stab him back.
Drugs gets you erased from your video game. We'll get there.
I have some harsh things to say about moral relativism.
We'll get there.
In that story.
Anyway, I guess we should jump into weeks.
Hey, let's jump into weeks.
What'd you do?
I watched JoJo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Me and Paige hit the perfect sequence where we're always bugging each other. Oh, you gotta watch this classic. Oh, you gotta watch this classic. So we have reached the trade, which is a day in which we have 4 hours to blow. And pick a movie. I'll pick a movie. Bam. Right? This week's trade was on Paige's end, Labyrinth, which I had never seen ever. Which I now look back and realize I was remiss to do so.
Oh, Dio? The original Dio?
Yeah. Well, a lot of, like, Liquid Snake, too. Mm-hmm. And all sorts of shit.
Right.
Just bowing it to the fucking max. But also Muppets.
Mm-hmm.
I'm noticing a trend when Paige is like, you need to watch this old movie. Hey, look at that. There's fucking Muppets in there.
Oh.
Because the last one was Dark Crystal.
Oh, that's not where I thought that. I thought you were going to say she's showing you stuff that has, like, the source material for references you'd know.
Yeah, well, this one also does.
Because like, I caught...
Labyrinth has a shit ton of formative art shit. There is a Dark Souls enemy taken from Labyrinth.
Right, okay, yeah.
And also Warcraft's goblins are just... the Labyrinth goblins.
Oh, really? Okay.
How familiar are you with Labyrinth back in the day? Or you watched it at some point ever?
Guess what? I haven't seen it.
Because the goblins are little shit goblins, like little assholes.
Work.
And then at the end of the movie-ish, there's a robot that one is piloting in the pilot's seat, and it has an axe. And I'm looking at the World of Warcraft like chopper buzzsaw goblin robot. I'm like, oh, it's wow, Blizzard
barrel technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But Blizzard can't fucking think up a single goddamn new thing ever. That's kind of shitty.
Yeah.
But, Labyrinth's a trip, man. Like, it's so fucking weird. It's so weird and old and magic-y and, like, kind of Princess Bride-y, but not. And I thought it was in the 90s, but it was actually earlier. It came out the year I was born, which explains why I didn't see it. And David Bowie looks like Cats.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like Mr. Mistopheles or whatever from Cats.
Is he filled with charisma?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The weirdest thing about the movie is that it's like, you know, the girl's like, oh, I hate this baby. I want this baby to go away. I hate my stepmom. I'm all alone babysitting the baby. And then she goes on a fucking magical adventure that happens to be based on every toy in her room. And the whole time, like, she just dropped a hit of acid and drowned that baby in the fucking bathtub. That's all that's happening in this movie. She's lying on her bed, she's like, ha, and drooling and shit while the baby's fucking dead. Like, that's what I thought happened. But then the baby's okay at the end. I'm like, oh, okay. That's what I thought.
We going headcanon or we going...
You watch that movie and you tell me she's not dropping acid and drowning a baby.
I mean, Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah? Yeah.
You know.
Well, that was the author dropping acid.
Yes. Yes.
Like, yeah. And then the trade on that, Labyrinth is great. If you haven't seen it, you want to see David Bowie technically juggle some glass balls with the master's precision, but it was actually a guy standing behind him with his arms underneath his armpits. Go check out Labyrinth. It's fucking dope. And the other trade that I traded with Paige required a setup. Like, Paige, I need you to watch this trailer for this ancient blaxploitation movie, Dolomite. And she's like, oh my God, that's so crazy. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. I'm like, all right. So we're watching Black Dynamite.
Does she have any idea what blaxploitation is?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, all right.
But not Dolomite. Dolomite's the fucking bleeding edge of his kung fu hose and all that shit. And the words came out of her mouth, which was, I don't know why we're even bothering to watch this, because that Dolomite movie seemed crazier than anything could ever be.
Hard cut to dynamite.
Hard cut to like backhanding
Dynamite.
Patricia Nixon into like a zoom cut, like wire shot into a fucking cabinet.
Yeah, hush up, Shiloh. A lot of cats going around here with that name.
Oh, it's Black Dynamite is the best. The soundtrack's the best. The way they've cut it is the action choreography is actually like legitimately amazing. It's, oh my God, it's the hardest I've laughed at a lot of, like, it's the hardest I've laughed at a movie I've already seen in a while.
Yeah. The decoding the words.
Oh. What melts in your mouth? M&M's. Yeah, but not in your hand. Like, fucking cream corn.
What's the partner that's just like, have no fear?
That's Bullhorn.
Bullhorn is here.
Favorite Bullhorn moment is he stands up and starts doing it, and then just and just slowly sits down,
back down.
And nobody pays attention to the happen.
God, I actually want to go back and find the cartoon because I didn't watch that, but I heard it's pretty funny.
I watched some of it. It's pretty funny, and you're watching it, and I'm like, all I can feel is Michael Jai White was like, they're never gonna let us make another movie of this again. Can we trick an animation studio into doing this?
Yeah. I mean, Boondocks happened.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah. That's a one and done.
That's it on the movie front. Let's see. Video games happen. I don't even know how to talk about DMC, so I'm going to leave that till your section, and then I'll jump in on what you talk about that game. Other than that's the best game I've played all year. I'm including Remake 2 in that. Yes, I am saying that DMC 5 is better than Remake 2. This is coming from Pat. If you have any passing interest in action games in any way, you owe it to yourself to get Devil May Cry 5. It is the best action game.
I would say it's already better than the previous entries. I don't want to say too much because
it crushed 3.
We're not going to spoiler cast this right now.
3 is the one to beat, and it beat it.
But what I do feel is there's a lot of people, because of the amount of hype and because the hype train is still at the station.
There's some necessary disappointment.
No. The hype train is still at the station, and some people are wondering if this is a good place to get on. And I don't think DMC 5 should be your first Devil May Cry game. I don't know.
What would you personally recommend? 3?
Yeah.
3, and then you can.
Yeah. I think you should really start there if you want.
The story threads that 5 is finishing off are nearly entirely from 3.
So, like, a lot of folks are kind of like, yeah, but I don't want... And it's like, I know, but it's... If you want to care, it's worth it.
So the problem I have with that, and it's...
You're not going to enjoy fully what's going on here jumping in at this point.
The problem I have with that, and I have to dance around you, is that there is a lot more stuff from almost every game in that series in that game for everyone. Like, they made a fantastic action game, but what they also did is I felt rewarded for sticking with that series for as long as I did. There is a lot of, like, I mean, look at V and his summons.
Yeah, it's already a celebration.
It's like, oh, look, everything cool that was ever in Devil May Cry 1.
Yeah.
It's here.
It's already a celebration.
It's right.
Yes, yeah. And can I just say that, like, these things don't happen super often. There's only a few I can think of. Metal Gear Solid 4 is one of them.
Yeah.
Right, where it's just like, this is our send up and potentially our send off.
And it was.
Right?
There were no Metal Gear games that came out after 4.
And this is the same reason why we all say Steel Ball Run is the best part.
Mm-hmm. Because
Steel Ball Run is that for JoJo.
Yeah.
You know? But anyway. You know, that's what it is. I think it's the fucking best so far, but it's also not a jump in point. It's your jump off point.
Yeah.
You know, so if you're late to the party, that's cool. It's cheap enough right now, but grab that trilogy.
So, like,
you know,
I think the best way to put it is, like, one of the reasons why the reboot was so upsetting is that 4 wasn't the game that it should have been. Right? 4 got some corners cut in a lot of really obvious places, and the idea that if the franchise didn't continue, that would have been the end of it, especially with the fact that Nero is like, maybe we'll meet again, like, in that shit.
No, hey, that's a good name.
Yeah, and it's like, come on.
No.
5 is so good that it wraps everything up in a neat little package that, like, I would be sad, but yeah, there could be no Devil May Cry games after this. I'd be fine. Like, I wouldn't be fine with it. I'd be miserable. But, like, this would be... I could live with it.
Like the Snake Eater?
Yeah, like Snake Eater.
Like Snake Eater, yeah.
Like, we all felt when Snake Eater came out.
Yeah.
When it's like, okay, there don't need to be more Metal Gear games.
Yeah.
I have everything that I actually need right here.
Like, the best part, like, I'll never forget the progression, because it was, like, the first time going through that, you get your final moments, and you go... and then I'm like, cool, I'm good, right? We can leave this alone now. And then I'm like, but there's a couple things
There's a couple things about what to do with the Patriots is.
But
then even 3 just gives you enough.
But then you get your White House scene, and you go,
all right,
I'm really good now.
Yeah.
It all is implied.
And then
you just to tighten it up, here's the timeline.
That's the thing that bothers me so much about Peace Walker and 5 is that all that development is unnecessary and dilutes that moment.
That moment
is perfect on its own. Done.
We're out.
Justification felt. Not even given, but felt, right?
In fact, like, you could have jumped off right into Revengeance at that point.
Yeah. and just said, hey, what's the deal with the Patriots? They're dead. Like, we killed them.
Whatever. Future. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
Here he is now.
Yeah.
World's different.
He's cool.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Tell 4 from Raiden's point of view.
Yeah, sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let's see. Poking away at Warframe. Warframe's fun. Nothing much to say other than just constantly surprised at how fast they update that game. Like,
I gotta say, though, just before we move off, that This Is Good, Isn't It? Is fucking that's top tier, top shelf shit, though. As a closer,
my brain is completely flying apart from
the boss. Big Boss.
Okay, yeah.
This is good, isn't it? Right? He says as he looks at the camera. That is top shelf closer material from MGS4. But anyway.
Yeah, nothing really to say about Warframe. It's fun. I got Siren Prime and Mesa Prime. They're fun. They're good. They shoot things. Pew 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 robots. I'm actually looking much forward to their update where they're going to add secondary energy colors, but that doesn't mean anything to you. But they made it so that if you form something, which is basically upgrade it, you will get, instead of having green as your energy color, you can have green and anything else, or you can just mix and match it. So it's an extra cosmetic that they're giving away for free, essentially. Really good. The Nightwave stuff is good. I also have been dipping my toes here or there into The Division, and I really want to talk to you about The Division.
The Division 2.
The Division 2, yes. Because that is the game that is the most outside your wheelhouse of any game I can think of.
I was interested in the first one, but never interested enough to actually dive in.
Because Division...
But it was third person, so I was like, I like that.
The Division is short for the Strategic Homeland Division of the United States. There, in the Tom Clancy verse, to defend American values from cataclysmic casualty events. And it is 7 months after the smallpox virus has wiped out like half or more of the United States, and anarchy rules, and you, Division Man, must protect the dying of the light and save America. And if this sounds sarcastic, it's because I swear to God, I think the game is being sarcastic. So the game is made by Massive Entertainment, right?
Okay.
Those guys are out in QC. They're out in Quebec City, right?
Mm-hmm.
The game is fucking dripping with sarcasm. Like, it wants to be America, fuck yeah, come and save the motherfucking day, America. No, it's not political. It's not political. There's no politics in this game.
Freedom is the only
No. And it's like, it's fucking goofy. Like, you get to, dude, the first mission in the game, By Dawn's Early Light. And what's that? It's, hey, dude, it's dawn. You're going to go save the White House. You're going to save the White House. So, oh, my God, you're going to get them. And you're going to come in. They're going to be like, oh, my God, you're here finally. You can save us all, Guardian. I mean,
yeah,
Magic Man. It's like they treat the Division agents who are just military bros as if they're like Destiny Guardians. Like they're magic light-based creatures of yore. Like they're paladins.
Yeah. The embodiment of America that was not born to a virgin but came out of the fucking Declaration itself.
Yeah. Well,
the Declaration just dropped human beings out of its form.
Funny that you mentioned that, because the first thing that happens, you get to the White House, and if you go on a little podium, it's like inspect monument, and you hit up on the D-pad, and it gives you this pan shot with it's the White House, oh my God. And then I went a little, and I found, oh my God, dude, George Washington's sword is just right here, over here as a collectible. It's, oh my God, it's George Washington's sword. It's the sword he used to spread the Delaware, and him and his guys went and got and then you go to the theater settlement, and the theater settlement is there, and they're like, oh my God, we have no food and water, and the hyenas, which is the Mad Max style gang that always populates these games. They're fucking everything up, and this mission, it's like, dude, we need you to find a local co-op garden so we can get some purified water. And you're like, okay, got it. And then you see a guy, it's like, dude, we're fucking running out. We have no batteries. It's a serious problem. We have no batteries. Okay, can you please fucking get some batteries, right? And so you're going to go down to the electronics store and get some batteries, right? And these are missions because they're occupied by enemy forces, right? But then this third guy, right? You go to him, he's like, listen, dude, I know this isn't important, but it's important to me, damn it. So the Declaration of Independence is at the Washington Library, and I don't know if it's still there. And there's so many goons there, and you need to go kill all those goons to get the Declaration of Independence. We have to safeguard it. It's food and water and these things, they're important, I guess. But that's our goddamn history, damn it. And it's just like, and then And then my personal favorite, you find an audio log in the fucking Oval Office where it's a phone call between the would-be American president calling the Mexican president to let American refugees cross the border.
Oh, okay.
And you're like, oh, come on! Come on!
Yeah.
Come on!
You gotta do it.
Really?
You gotta do it. You take the chance. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Like, there's no politics in this game.
You miss 100% of the elbows
completely
you don't rib. Yeah.
It's so weird all the time.
I really wish we could afford to make an aggressively, overly saccharine Canadian, like, historic thing that we could hand to Americans to play
and
to
be
just
like,
feel how weird it is.
Yeah, but it would be weird.
Right?
Canadian history doesn't have, like, the bombast that American history does.
I know, but that's the point, though. But I wish that Americans can play a game like that about another country that's just
see how it feels is weird
to be like, what?
And so
okay. Don't you feel it in your heart when you look at this poster of this person who's a hero that you don't really know about the history of?
I go into the White House, and it's like it's your base of operations. Your base in that game, your hub, your Firelink Shrine is the White House.
Right.
And I'm the way it's immaculately detailed, and it's like I'm clearly supposed to be getting an erection just from being in this building. But instead I view it as like a historical curiosity because it's the Capitol building of a foreign country. The fuck do I give a shit? Right? And it's wild. It's so fucking wild. And like I'm either in the back of my head humming like America Fuck Yeah, or I'm humming that ancient meme song, Washington, 6'20", fucking killing for fun. Like that one by the guy who does, I think it's Neely, the Baby Cakes guy.
Sure. Freedom isn't free.
Freedom costs
like you and me.
Freedom costs $1.05.
I want to see the reaction of like not even people like listening right now. I want the person who's got a crying baby in the background while he's playing Call of Duty.
Yeah.
He had to pop out his Madden copy to play.
Yeah.
I want that guy to play a game where like a god ray is shining down on the giant statue of John A. McDonald.
Yeah.
Right? And I want to
you have to go do a mission where thieves are going to tamper with the Maple Leaf Reserve and possibly poison years worth of maple leaf syrup that will damage the breakfast of future generations.
And I want and like press X to like pick up his fucking fur hat and put it on, and then looks up at the statue and just has a moment as the choir kicks in. I want to see his reaction to that cutscene.
And there's like mysterious music as you go through the fucking Parliament, and you find the drawer that contains the photos of Mackenzie in all the women's clothing and all that stuff.
Yeah, I want
doing a seance.
Yeah,
and you're like, oh, dude, this is a really wow.
You find
this is part of history.
Yeah. You're cold. Your shit's all busted up, and you find a Mountie jacket.
And dude,
you're all rugged and torn.
Dude, the stats are super good.
But you put on a fucking.
It's part of the Mountie green set.
Right.
Gives you cold resistance and plus 10 to dignity.
And as soon as you're done with Parliament and you load up and you walk outside, the first thing you fucking see is a moose.
Yeah.
It walks by and it looks at you.
Yeah.
And then it walks
totally
into the distance, and you just kind of stand there and go,
it's the sunset, and you're like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
So the thing is like as a Canadian, as a Quebecer, like all of this I think of is like there are people who are taking this unironically dead serious.
Mm-hmm.
I know it wasn't intended that way. I know people here. This is a joke.
Yeah.
There are guys laughing themselves silly, and you know how you know that? Because when the U.S. government shut down, they put out that fucking beta release, says, come see what a real government shutdown looks like, in the fucking email for the fucking private beta. And then 4 hours later, they fucking went, we're very sorry. We in no way intended to mock your system. It's like, yeah, you did! And it's hilarious! But don't pretend that you didn't, you stupid fucking assholes! Of course you were making fun!
Yeah.
Don't, come on!
You know, it's it's a very weird phenomenon. And as an outsider, it's kind of like we always remark on like how surprised I am when like, I mean, I've gotten used to it now from being in America so many times, but like going to Hartsfield Jackson, the airport in Atlanta, and every like 10 to 15 minutes or so, like there's a message that plays over the speaker that,
if you're part of the armed forces, please come to the thing. You can pour in early.
Yeah, that should like one of those, like it's every 10 to 15 minutes, just like a thank you for serving kind of message that pop up, and I'm like, that I'm so not used to that. That's really interesting, you know? And it was a very that was one of the most foreign experiences, because I'm like, it's almost like if you were
very odd.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of, and you know what? This is a terrible comparison to make. I'm pulling out.
Oh yeah.
But I like okay, fine. It's like, you know, imagine if you went to China and you saw like the photos.
Oh, you're going here, huh?
But that's not what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah.
But it's like you're like,
all
that's
right.
an aggressively foreign experience to me as someone who doesn't live here.
This was a good pick.
But because it's the most opposite in value from fucking communism and freedom.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where you're like, it's the constant reminder of the values of the country.
Yeah.
So you got the photo, right? The big ass portrait, and over here you've got the constant reminder of like, fuck yeah, armed forces, you're doing a good thing, and we need you. And you know what? It is a good thing. Yeah, we do need you, and you are absolutely being super courageous.
You want to compare that
by risking it all.
You want to compare that to my personal Canadian military experience? I met a guy who was part of the Canadian military at a party once. He was too old to be at that party, and he seemed crazy. That's the only person I've ever met in the armed forces.
Okay.
He was part of the Black Watch, which, as you know, are crazy.
Okay.
Because they take a fucking sworn vow on Princess Patricia's grave or whatever to never retreat for some fucking bullshit loyalist parliamentary reason or whatever the fuck. Okay. And he's like, yeah, man, I'm going out for another training session. You know, just be ready because I can't retreat. Yeah. Dude, you're like 25, and the oldest person here aside from you is like 17.
I can honestly say that like any friends I've made that are part of the troops have been awesome people.
Oh yeah, sure.
Everyone I've met that has been that.
But the point that I'm making,
super cool.
I've literally never met anyone but that one guy, and that was like 15 years ago.
Right. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I pointed out to somebody on my stream, it's like, you know, I've never even seen a gun out of its holster.
Okay.
Like, ever.
Cop came to our school and showed us one time.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There was that.
Like there are weird value differences that affect how we like. Mm-hmm. It's so weird. So yeah,
but that's what it is. So like when there is a need to like sort of appreciate like what's happening there's no upper limit, and then you get these moments in these games where you just hit that fucking blinding light of the stars and stripes.
France company telling their French Canadian studio to make a game about American patriots, but don't make it too much of the fun. What accent was that? Whatever. But
I don't know. That fell apart.
But like, okay, you get a little bit of fun. It's fucking hilarious.
And like, it can only come across that strong when it's made by someone who's not American. Almost.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah. Because an American studio would make that a little more subtle. Like even Respawn, as bad as they ever got with like the Call of Duty stuff, it'd be like a big that was Infinity Ward. That was not Respawn. That was after they left. So that was the remnants of Infinity Ward. But it would be like, you know, it'd be like a scene, and then like, oh, it's a cool America moment and flags and stuff. But like, it would be overall kind of understated. This shit is constant and it's hilarious. It's absolutely fucking hilarious. On top of that, however, Division's really good. And it's shocking when I am bouncing between Eli has been on top of this for real, A Plague of Gripes. He's been sending me all the Reddit posts that he's been finding of people diving into Anthem's math. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's on the docket.
Yep.
So I'll leave it for then. And then I go play Division, and I just pick up a bunch of cosmetics naturally, and I shoot the gun, and it's fun, and I get a new gun, and the gun feels powerful. Wow. And the matchmaking works, and I'm playing with my friends, and it's cool. There's a couple bugs here or there, but overall it's pretty solid. And everybody that I know that has gotten to the end game is saying that the end game is like half the game, and it's really cool. And it's got the like, oh wow, look, one of these that came out good. Crazy, huh?
Okay, so it was good.
It's good. It's good. I would recommend it. It's quite good. I'd recommend Warframe over it, but that's a whole different beast. So if you want your proper games as a service and you dig like military paladinism, then it is totally the game for you. What's really interesting about Division 2, all this political stuff, all that whatever, it's got no politics. Division 1 had a really long introduction sequence. It had like a proper tutorial kind of thing. And the very first thing you did in that game is what caused the whole, like, you are bullshit if you think this game has no politics, because you put the player in the space of doing fucked up stuff, where there's a food drop in Division 1, and you have to get there before the looters steal all the food. And then you get there, and it's like 5 dudes who are just hungry, and you blow them down because they're trying to take the food. They're looting it. And it's like, this is troublesome at best. It's an overt statement at worst, and that kind of taints like the whole game, right? Division 2, you press start and you're storming the White House to save the White House, and it's like from Mad Max dudes. There's no nuance there, and it's nice and clean.
Are they like in the middle of stomping on a flag when you walk in?
So they realized the last time they must have, because the mission is to go to the White House, and the first thing you do is you pass through a parade ground that was on the mall, right, the area in front of the White House, and you pretty much, if you go in a straight line, there are 2 of the hyena gangs, and they're beating this motherfucker to death in front of you, screaming like crazy people, and they're full Mad Max. And they'll show you, listen, this gang, they're crazy, man. They're just anarchists. They're gonna stab anyone they want to stab. They just want to drink your blood. They're so evil. So it's cool. Don't worry about it, right? This is the worst parts of society, all congealed in one thing. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's cool. Whereas in the original, it's like, there was no distinction made there at all. Those dudes just wanted some fucking food.
They were just hungry.
And it's like...
okay.
And they were like, no, this is our food. And you went, nah, it's not. And then you shot them. And I was like, that's iffy. But yeah, Division 2 is great. As long as you can look at it with either a glimmer in your eye or a vacant stare.
Well, I was going to say, depending on the type of story you want to tell, that first game's version of events might be the more compelling.
Yeah, except that they say that the game's events don't mean anything. Shut up.
So, fair enough.
That's pretty much it for me.
Okay, before I jump in there, let's take some quick words from our sponsors.
Let's do that.
Including last week's
sponsors. My apologies, last week's sponsors.
Yeah, and if things seem a little bit weird for the live stream, don't worry, this will not be in the MP3, but I might have to repeat the same thing twice for separate purposes.
Don't worry about it.
But that's the benefits and fun
of live content.
Live content. So, Navy Federal is proud to serve over 8 million members and is open to active duty military, the DoD veterans, and family members. They receive a lifetime membership benefit. Let's try that again. Live content.
Live.
Navy Federal is proud to serve over 8 million members and is open to active duty military, the DoD veterans, and their family members. Receive a lifetime membership benefit like a credit card, APR average that's 4% lower than the industry's, member-only exclusive rates, and more. Visit NavyFederal.org/super for more information. Call 1-888-842-6328 or download the Navy Federal Credit Union app today. Message and data rates may apply. Visit NavyFederal.org for more information.
Thanks, Navy Federal.
Thanks, Navy Federal. Ever watch something and become so obsessed with it that you can't wait to talk about it with your friends?
Yes.
Bobby Finger, host of Who Weekly, feels the same way. So, every other week, Bobby invites guests to talk about the Netflix shows and films they're most obsessed with in this new podcast, I'm Obsessed with This. Tune in to hear about the most binge-worthy shows like Russian Doll or Sex Education. And subscribe to I'm Obsessed with This on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, or wherever you find podcasts. DC is the first... let's try that again. DC Universe is the first all-DC platform for DC fans where you can watch, read, shop, and even connect with other fans.
Superman.
Batman.
Green Lantern.
Wonder Woman.
That guy, Flash.
He's cool.
Shazam's DC, right?
Shazam is DC.
Shazam's cool. I like him.
Now known as Shazam.
That Zac Efron movie actually looks like it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah. Join at DCUniverse.com and get sucked into new original series like the highly touted Titans, or jump into Doom Patrol, DC's most beloved team of super freaky superheroes featuring an incredible cast of Joven, Wade, Diane Guerrero, April Bowlby, Alan Tudyk, Matt Bomer, and Brendan Fraser, with new episodes dropping weekly. Alan Tudyk is fucking awesome. Brendan Fraser is fucking awesome. That's good stuff.
Good for you, Brendan Fraser.
Get your comic book fix with thousands of new comics and titles added to an already impressive comic library, including more recent titles and complete storylines like Superman Secret Origin, Batman 2011, and Harley Quinn 2013. Also available are tons of classic DC movies like Batman, Batman Returns, the original Superman movie, and if animated films are more your speed, join now because there's Justice League versus the Fatal Five that's coming soon. DC Universe available on your favorite devices. Join today. Get a year's worth of DC content at DCUniverse.com. That's DCUniverse.com. Thanks, DC.
Thanks, DC.
And last but not least, the podcast is sponsored this week by I'm Obsessed with This. Ever watch something and become so obsessed with it that you can't wait to talk about it with your friends?
Yes.
Bobby Finger, the host of Who Weekly, feels the exact same way, Pat.
Oh, man.
So every other week, Bobby invites guests to talk about the Netflix shows and films that they're the most obsessed with on their new podcast.
Such as, like, Russian Doll.
And Sex Education.
Oh, man, I forgot about Sex Education. How silly.
It's all on the podcast called I'm Obsessed with This. Tune in to hear the most binge-worthy shows, like the ones you mentioned, and more. And subscribe to I'm Obsessed with This on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Stitcher, or wherever fine podcasts are available. Thank you, I'm Obsessed with This.
Thanks, I'm Obsessed with This.
And time has resumed.
So I think the funniest thing, we were just talking about how things are just different in the States.
Yeah.
And we did an ad spot for a credit union specifically for members of the Navy.
Yeah.
Right? Like, not even the armed forces in general, just the Navy.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if that exists out here. Like, that concept.
We've got water defenders.
I don't mean the Navy. I mean the idea of a financial institution specifically for the armed forces. I don't think that's real out here.
I've never heard of one.
Yeah.
It's possible. Ivan et Niash.
Oh. Our cousins are weird.
So, I had a week
tell me.
that consisted of playing that Daemon X Machina demo.
It's just a demo now. It's not out.
Yeah, it's 4 missions. It's
that's girthy.
A lot longer than I thought it would be, actually. Yeah, it. I was expecting, because I did a quick look to see, like, I'm like, how long is this? And then someone went like, oh, it's about half an hour. Bullshit.
We're getting a lot of that lately.
Yeah. And apparently it's like they're taking a survey on how people felt about the game or something like that.
Oh, so it's Deltarune. Got it.
But it is four missions, 2 E rank and 2 D rank. That game is Armored Core as shit.
It's just Armored Core, right?
It is Armored Core as shit.
Yeah.
With anime people, the pilots running around, and cell shading, but no, it's not cell shading, but it has like. Anyway,
it's got like a weird flat look to it.
Yeah,
I dig it, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's stylish. It's very fun. It's really got a banging soundtrack some good old fucking butt rock, and I didn't hear, and the title screen has the most bombastic theme of all the ones I've heard so far. But I hope they lean in more with that, with the vocals and the choirs and stuff and the rest of it. So far, though, it's just been like rock inside the game, but it's been fun. You customize that robot, you make it look cool and do the stuff. It's fine, but it's not. After Anthem's customization, I'm like, oh man, this is lacking.
It's really goofy because like Anthem is the Fallout 76 passed off the punching gloves to Anthem for Anthem to be the new punching bag, but the one thing that there's no punching about is Anthem's customization is kind of unbelievable.
Exactly, and it's gonna make a lot of other stuff feel lackluster until they catch up.
It makes Warframe's shit feel terrible.
Yep. Give me shaders. Let me play with how the material.
It also makes Destiny look like really a bunch of assholes with the way that the colors happen. They're consumables, and the good shaders are expensive consumables. It's like terrible, you know.
Yeah, let me set the materials of my machines.
It's a really cool idea.
So what you're getting is what it really, though, like, especially when you get to your character creator in the beginning, and there's going to be more available in the final release, certainly. But based on the demo, it's less of a character creator and more of a character customizer. You know, like imagine like it's almost exactly like the Monster Hunter one, except reduced options.
Okay.
So you're like, you've got like 5 of each option.
Do you want the big anime hair or the little anime hair?
And so on and so forth, right? Now, what is fun is that you make your person, and then you run around, and you can play that game outside of the robot.
Okay.
There is out of robot gameplay, and I was not expecting it at all. But it reminds me a bit of like in Metal Warriors when you jump out of the robot and you can jetpack around and whatever. In this game, you can jump out of the robot and like Nier Automata a little bit. You've got a little pod that shoots.
Okay.
You can get upgrades to like double jump and dash fast. And
I'll be honest, I'm very surprised.
And sword slash.
Yeah.
Right? But each of these things is an upgrade that you do on a tree of body modifications.
Sure.
And the body modifications make you literally less human.
Good.
Because you replace your arm with a robot limb.
Good.
You replace those legs with boost legs.
Get rid of that shit.
And when you do upgrades, and they're called surgeries. And you get surgeries for your optics and your face and your eyes. And the human that you created starts to look more and more like a Hanser. And it's fucking cool.
There's you remember the Prey game that came out a little while ago?
Yeah.
There's a fairly cool interpretation of that where you would be using this alien goo or whatever to power yourself up, and there's a threshold where when you get enough upgrades, the station security starts recognizing you as an enemy life form, and all the security just immediately turns on you.
That's cool.
And it's cool.
That's very cool.
It's like, uh-oh. I'm really juicing it here.
Yeah. Especially if you're salvaging parts, right?
Yeah.
From enemies.
Yeah.
Then why wouldn't that be the case, you know? But yeah, so in this, so you kind of start to see something that is like making you look all fucked up. And I hope the story leans into that. Because the plot that they've established so far is like, they casually use the term moonfall.
Okay.
In the demo, they're like, yeah, so a couple years after the moon fell, this stuff still there's these AIs and they're pretty evil.
I've pondered the math on that. The Earth would be it'd be a new sun if the moon fell.
We literally just move right past it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because the real threat is the AI.
All right.
Right. You
know how it is.
Yeah, we call them the Immortals.
All right, that's all right.
And they're some kind of new threat.
AI is a really good, solid threat for a permanent antagonist.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's Warframe's antagonist, actually. Like, it's, hey. And it's so many games and movies, and just, hey, we made the robot, and the robot's mean now. So, yeah.
I know, and there is an existing commission of people that are out there to make sure that when we do get good sentient AI, it will be friendly.
And they'll fail.
But one asshole will be like, that's cool, I'm gonna do it my way.
Oh, no.
And have it not be friendly.
And then you get Mass Effect.
Then you get a lot of
You get a lot.
worlds.
You get a lot.
Pick your
Hopefully
poison.
you get Mass Effect.
If we're lucky, we get Mass Effect. If we're unlucky, we get
Terminator or
Am.
Oh, yeah. And Terminator's like the middle of the road.
Yeah.
That's bad.
I'm gonna say I have no mouth and I must scream.
Yeah, Am can go fuck himself.
I'd rather have Shodan than Am.
Well, yeah. Shodan at least pretends to help you for some of the games.
Like fucking, just like
hacker.
AI is gonna be awesome. I can't wait to see the world that we get. Hate.
Reminder that Harlan Ellison was unhappy with the voice actor they chose to read that script and thus stepped in himself because there wasn't enough raw hatred for human existence in it. And Harlan Ellison was like, I got this. Don't worry.
Oh, he's got some hate.
I think he's dead.
Yeah, not too long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for him? I don't like...
Rest in hate.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so anyway, so I hope that the plot leans into that idea of like the slowly becoming a robot, slowly becoming an AI means that like your outer form, because they're called an outer, is going to like interface with the enemy in a new way or something. That'd be fun. But in the meantime, you loot and you put the battlefield parts on your robot, and then you paint it and you upgrade it and you put the decals and you do your thing. You're running around a big bunker, staring at your suit, almost like Anthem. I realized that, man, one thing, like, I had a lot of fun. The gameplay is Armored Core.
Yeah.
It was challenging. There's moments where, like, you told me that you caught that one where you're like,
where
on the map is the icon? It says it's right. Oh, where the fuck? I have 30 seconds. I have 10 seconds.
Dude, I watched that clip and I'm looking at the minimap and it's like other icons on that minimap were 100% obscuring the one thing you needed to see.
It was on the roof.
Yeah.
Got it. And then what was the other things? There was a huge issue where I wanted Japanese voices with English subtitles because fucking Char is the the Crimson King.
It's an aggressively Japanese mecha game. That makes sense.
Exactly.
Like,
right? And they literally got Char to be the Crimson King.
Yeah.
Right.
Which cheeky.
Let me hear the cool Japanese anime shit, right? You can do that.
Yeah.
But the subtitles everywhere in the game are fine, except for when you're in mission. There are these tiny little things pushed to the bottom left corner of the screen, as opposed to normal subtitles, and you can't pay attention to that.
I think I'm gonna steal this back for one point and then toss it right back. You load up Division, and it says, "Hey, how big do you want the subtitles to be? Do you want the text in the UI to be larger? And awesomely, do you want the game to narrate menu choices to you as you move over them with a default robot voice for people with vision impairments? You click through that. Do you have any form of color blindness?
Yeah.
You click through that, and they go on, and you have to do them before you start the game. And even though I don't suffer from color blindness or eyesight, I'll kick the fucking subtitles all the way up, and you can switch between subtitles for main dialogue, and barks, which is the first time I've ever seen the word bark surface to the end user, and or scripted interactions or closed captioning. And it's like, wow, isn't that nice?
We're at a point in game development where, and I know it's not always affordable because sometimes teams are tiny, but at this point, if you're making a full proper release, you need one person on your dev team dedicated to quality of life. It's just
text size.
We have fixed these problems many times over in many
depending
games.
on the developer, depending on the team.
We fix these things. We can do better. So I had to put it on, and then I'm like, there's a lot of dialogue during the missions.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to look in the corner, but there's action happening, and I'm like, fuck. At least if it was at the bottom of the screen, I could glance easily.
Yeah.
But it's very difficult in the way it's coming in.
There's a lot of rules that have been set up for movie subtitling that is applicable to games. Use a clear, normal font. If your scene has a lot of contrast or can have a lot of contrast, add the option to put a darkened background underneath white text for legibility.
Yeah.
Have the words be a certain percentage of the size of the screens, the blah 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 blah. Like,
we've gone through.
There's so many
things.
things.
Yeah. And so what we end up with is just something that is like, this just doesn't fucking work. I can't do it, right? And then the cutscenes come in, and then the cutscenes are totally fine.
Yeah,
but it's just gameplay that has
they're
that
cutscenes,
problem, you know. And then everyone was like, "Dude, just switch it back to English." And I'm like, the English's acting is fine, and I'm like, I know it's fine,
but it's not one of the selling points for this game,
right? And fucking chat just said Diablo is voiced by Amuro, so both Char and Amuro are in the game.
Wow,
like, fuck off! I'm not gonna play with that, right? But it's a problem if I can't fucking read what's being said. So they gotta fix that. They really gotta fix that. As a huge weeb, I am outraged.
And it's like, just switch it to English. It's like, I'm a big weeb, and also this is a game for big weebs.
Yeah.
It's a robot game, man.
Yeah.
Where else is my weebery supposed to go?
Exactly. Like, I fully don't expect games to do what Street Fighter 4 did and let me set character specific.
Yeah, that's a weird option. That's never coming back.
But I loved it so much.
Yeah.
Because I wanted certain characters and certain voices, and it sounds great. I like, Kyle Herbert is great. He's a really great voice actor. He's done lots of cool stuff, and I have no problems with his line delivery. I want to hear Ryu go, Hadouken!
Yeah.
I need that inside of me, right? It's just a part of it. I will absolutely take American Ken all day. No problem.
Of course.
He's fucking American boy, you know?
It's Dante.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's get Ruben all over this place.
But at the same time, it's like, I think Laura Bailey's great as Chun-Li. I don't want to hear Laura Bailey as Chun-Li. I want to hear Chun-Li's Japanese voice actress.
Yeah, I need, you know, so that's what it is. And Tekken nails
I don't
it.
want to hear Balrog. I don't want to hear Boxer in Japanese. Ever. Like, it's terrible.
Yeah. Boor! Yeah, just like it. Don't do it. And when Bison comes out, oh yeah, I'm gonna be talking about such weakness and bow. Get the fuck out of here! That's Norio Wakamoto on the ones and twos.
For me, the one that has to go. It's like, I can't stand Akuma in English. I think he sounds terrible.
Yeah,
and it is, and
die 1,000 deaths.
And it's like, I remember me and you talked about it a million years ago when 4 came out, and you were like, well, what did you expect him to sound like? And I'm like, I don't know, because the type of voice he has in Japanese does not really have a direct translation in English. Yeah. So they went for cool, gravelly. It's like, no, I think that sounds like shit.
Yeah, you hear one shoosh.
And also, Akuma's like aggressively Japanese. Like, that's weird.
But listen to the fucking, like, Psycho Punisher, or just one of those Bison, like, Nurui. Like, you're not gonna switch it back to English after that.
Yeah,
so let me do that. Let me switch. Let me do what I want. And in any case, here I really fucking, I would love that ability. But regardless, because Dragon Ball Fighters, I want Grandma out of there. I love it. I get it. It's a legacy.
Dragon Ball Fighters is goofy because it's the opposite for me. Like, everyone in English, shut up.
I have nothing but respect for Grandma, but I need her out of there.
You can't be there, especially not if you're going to be nine of the characters.
And I need Cell to be Norio. So anyway.
Oh, I love Cell's English voice actor. I absolutely love it.
Cell, I can go both ways on it, but Norio is my favorite.
Yeah, it's a different thing,
right? But Cell in English is fantastic. Hello.
Hey, Plankton, what up?
Right. Or the yell. Like, you got to get hyped for it. But where was I going? Yeah, so you have that problem with Daemon X Machina. You've got the problem with the little map indication sometime or whatever. But ultimately very fun, and I'm there fighting the boss, having a hard go of it. Like, oh, this is a challenge. This boss is fucking just going and kicking my ass, and ammo is and I'm anyway. I had some learning on the go moments of like, I probably should have played this beforehand to warm up and actually learn the rules.
It's fine,
but it was cool in the end. I get the feeling that it's gonna be a long game. It gives you the.
Oh, they're gonna give you 4 missions, right? That's a lot for a demo.
It feels like this is gonna be a gigantic game. One unfortunate problem that is not really a problem, it's just personal to me, is that the hook is you blow up the other mechs, you go to their potties, you salvage their parts.
Sure.
You take them back to the hangar, and then you put them on yours.
All right.
Right? Sometimes you get good shit, sometimes you get bad shit, sometimes you get new shit, sometimes you don't. You gotta loot.
Yeah.
That's not a hook for me.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I want to make money and then
buy
the parts.
Yeah,
or show me the tree. Right? Now, Monster Hunter is an interesting in-between.
Yeah. The Monster Hunter and Warframe use the same basic idea. It's grind for materials and then build what you want.
Yes. Which is...
It's one step of obfuscation.
But I'm fine with it.
But it does have a little more control.
I can target what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
In this game, the end result is what you pick up off the dirt.
It's a dice roll.
And I don't like that.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that. But I know some people are all about that.
Yeah.
So,
well...
hoping you can buy parts.
Hey, listen. At least when you're playing Daemon X Machina, and you blow a dude up, and he drops an arm, or I don't know what parts it is, but a gun or whatever, and you pick it up, and oh man, it's got a big number. You know that you can put that big number on your mech, and your mech will do more damage.
You know that the big number actually
is a big number.
The number, yes, exactly. Yeah, so like providing as long as I'm given the ability to buy parts and maybe there'll be like certain parts you can never buy and you got to do the missions for them or whatever. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But let me enjoy the game if I don't feel like doing that, and we'll see what it looks like in the end. But it's cool. It's cool. It's going to be worth grabbing, and it helps that this is a Switch game, so that if you have to do repeat missions, you're doing it on a portable
the bus
fucking thing where you don't
whatever,
have to
yeah.
as opposed to sitting there on your home console. So that's cool. The other thing I did was I watched Captain Marvel.
How was it?
Did you check it out?
I did not check it out yet.
Okay. Well,
I've heard everyone say that it's just kind of fine.
Yeah.
It's a movie.
It's kind of fine.
Yeah.
It's like it's not bombastic fun like Thor Ragnarok
or Guardians
1 and Guardians 2 and such. It's like okay.
Is it a Thor Dark World?
I thought Thor Dark World was okay.
Is this that? Is this okay?
Iron Man 2
is okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the issue here is that like unlike those movies where, you know, you're kind of like fleshing out a character that's a part of the Avengers.
Yeah.
In this case, like the significance is really high.
Is a debut pop of the most important person,
especially with the name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which previously didn't matter that much, and now all the weight is put on it, right? And for anyone who's never read comics that is only following MCU stuff, like they have to look at that and go, "Oh my God, that must be the most important character in the entire universe," correct?
Right. It's the name.
Yeah, and you would hope that it was a slam dunk with the name like that, and it's not a slam dunk, you know.
It's okay,
but it's okay, and it's got some fun parts.
Do you think that it's the kind of thing that, because first Captain America and the First Avenger, that was also okay, but
I liked it.
I did, but I also saw it as okay. Like there's some weak shit in that movie.
Yeah, but I'm also a huge fan of like the Rocketeer style aesthetic, you know.
So it's like, but then Cap really came into his own with Winter Soldier, and everybody was like, "Oh my God!" You think we could get a situation like this with Miss Larson in the Avengers?
I don't know, because a lot of the reason why it's okay is because the character is played okay, you know, and it sucks because the significance, right, is high. This is an important character. This is Captain Marvel. She's the one who got the fucking page.
Yeah.
She's the one that's gonna do it.
Yeah.
And she's the walking nuke, you know?
Yeah.
The last line of defense. And she's not that charismatic.
No.
And I was hoping that the trailers were sort of just kind of... I was hoping that the trailers were just sort of like not representing it fully or
maybe
such.
the trailers were cut bad.
But no, unfortunately, like it's kind of like lacking in charisma in this way. And so Carol Danvers, who it's hilarious because it's kind of like this is anyone who's
I've heard people talking shit about this character in the comics for
forever,
like a decade.
Forever,
like
right?
talking the maddest shit.
Fuck Carol, god damn it.
Yeah.
Wow, what an asshole, what a dick.
Yeah.
The ends justify the means.
Yeah.
Right? And
what a hero.
And then eventually kind of like soft rebooted for a new era and a new time.
Yeah.
So that when you're like, let's go look at like this exemplary hero, you know, you can kind of go see like, look. And she got and plus
oh, she doesn't believe in future crime anymore.
She got the update from Miss Marvel to Captain Marvel, making space for Kamala Khan.
Yeah.
You know? So there was
Who
that
really should have been the hero of this movie.
Just switch it all around.
Fuck it.
Little Kamala doing it. That would be hilarious.
Because I was talking to somebody and they don't know anything about anything, and I only know a little bit about Captain Marvel. I'm like, the real disappointment here is that there are 2 female superheroes named Marvel, and this was the wrong one.
Yeah.
Because the other one is way more interesting.
Kamala Khan's way more fun to follow. I agree. So here's the thing, though. But the soft reboot, Carol Danvers, was fun. She's all right. She's kind of witty and banters.
Yeah.
And she does the thing. She's okay. It's no problem.
She's Ezio.
But in this case, like, she is that. She does have the sarcasm, and she's throwing out the jokes and whatnot. But it's just not really, like, the charisma's just not super there, you know? And, like, the fun scenes with her and Fury are really, like, it's like Fury's doing Fury, you know? And so that's the thing, is, like, Thor... It came out and had is a great example of like Thor. You already knew Thor was hilarious interacting with the Avengers and whatnot, and then interacting with Natalie Portman and all this other shit. You get to see him in his own movie, and you're like, well, can't do much if the movie around him is kind of boring.
Yeah.
But Thor and Loki are great.
Yeah, they're great.
Right? Robert
a lot
Downey
of chemistry there.
Is just doing Robert
Dynamite.
Downey, right? Doing the thing, and like Cap, Carol Danvers in this movie is what I was afraid Cap was going to be.
Yeah.
Right? Where you're like a little bit milquetoast and then no real way to feel or interact with you. And then it turns out Cap is kind of like, da-da, and everyone's like, ugh. And he's like, okay. You know, the fact that the world kind of reacts to that is like, it makes Cap work. In this case, it's not enough, and it's just in a weird space in between. Where it's fine, but it's just kind of like, you know? So, and then there's some great action moments, and, you know, when she turns on the CG meter and she
becomes a laser beam.
She turns on the CG powers and then becomes that, and then you're like, well, there you go, you know, that's what that looks like.
That'll get Thanos.
That's actually the first, like, actual space Marvel looking moment in a way.
Yeah.
Because Guardians tends to be...
They do stuff in their ship.
They do stuff in their ship, and they do stuff on planets.
Yeah.
But there's only moments of, like, space Marvel happening.
Yeah.
And here you get full-on space Marvel.
We need Gladiator to fucking get some space Marvel in here with his dumb mohawk.
I mean, you want dumb mohawks, you got them.
Yeah, fair enough.
They're big burning mohawks in this movie, you know. It's hilarious watching how Space Marvel has to dance around all the stupid shit that exists because, quite frankly, the Kree-Skrull War and everything that's been written about it has been going on for a while. There's a lot of material to pull from. But when you go to that fucking Kree Supreme Commander and you're like, who's that? It's like, oh, that's just the Supreme AI leader of the Kree. Oh, do you mean Supremor? No! Not Supremor! It's just the AI that leads the Kree. Don't worry about it. You're like, your dumb names suck. You know? And it's like, who's that? Is that Marvel? You're like, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Are we going to talk about how the name is Marvel? Not really.
No.
Can we throw in a line just to make it work? I guess we can try.
It's really awkward.
It didn't work. Really, that's a pun. We're going with okay. You got it because
the most important, powerful person in the universe is based off a pun.
You can't get around it, right? It's too important.
It's too important. It's decades and decades old. There's never been a reboot of What the Deal Is. It's like that's what it is. Shut up.
I mean, this is a reboot of What the Deal Is, but the name just goes elsewhere. You know, like the original Marvel was that guy and the Kree and you just can't get around it at this point. You know, it's so fucking and like it's the epitome of no shut up though. You know, but it's fine.
I did not know about Supreme War until you just said that.
Supreme War.
It's really bad.
It's from the same school as MODOK. You know,
I guess.
and such. But anyway, so Space Marvel is here, and unlike the Guardians type Space Marvel that was like rewritten and reintroduced and just like hilarious through and through. Here it's kind of a little like just in the middle with some good moments.
Okay.
And like the most defining things are all like very like the most defining things she does are very like iconic, right? Like because she's stepping into this role as a really important character, and like she's being the like, hey little girls, this is the superhero that you can like totally be into, right? It's the thing that you're kind of showing, and it's doing what Wonder Woman did effortlessly
on purpose
by playing its hand.
Like, dude,
right?
I think the weirdest thing about Captain Marvel is that, as somebody who has not seen the movie and going purely off of media flooding out at me via osmosis, that Brie Larson's ability to eat her own foot on stage is a much more interesting character trait than anything Captain Marvel actually does in the movie.
I haven't seen any of the surrounding stuff.
She's an expert at jamming her foot into her mouth.
Yikes! I gotta go find out what that is.
It's let's just say she doesn't want to hear my opinion on Captain Marvel, but she'd love to hear yours.
Yeah. Okay.
Awkward.
Okay.
Weird.
Well, it's so here's the thing, right? This would be you'd have to tiptoe through the fucking posies.
Yeah.
To talk about it. If Wonder Woman didn't exist,
it totally. But remember, it doesn't, because it's DC,
right?
It just doesn't exist.
But the point being, and you know, like I know there's a Twitter moment where the Twitter moment name was literally, if Captain Marvel wasn't for you, don't spoil it for others, or something like that. And anyway, it was one of those things where you're just like, there's an importance to there being this type of thing, and you gotta have like a cool. You gotta have a really cool Superwoman hero that's doing it, and this script is definitely doing that for Marvel.
Absolutely,
but they're playing their hand way too obviously.
Yeah. So like,
and there's shots of the. Like there's shots and lines like her getting back up and stuff that's like, this works in this moment, but it's really really clear what's going for. And then like there's moments of like like there's lines where she's saying it to a character, but she might as well be looking at the camera,
at you,
right?
Yeah.
And she might as well be like turbo blasting like the establishment,
yeah,
and like the fact and just the entire the entire fact that like it's taken this long to get like main character
The Avengers is pretty sausagey, man.
Yes, it's taking this long to get a main character superhero that's a girl that's just fucking doing it, and they're all there. There's no questions. The funniest thing is
like Wonder Woman did it, and she was like the only one of all of them to crush it in that whole gang.
Exactly, right? So
total opposite situation.
Sausagey as fuck.
Yeah,
right. But that's exactly it. It's like Wonder Woman does it and isn't trying super hard to get that point across, and because it's not, it works so well.
Yeah.
And like when you're seeing all those footage of Gal Gadot, I thought it was Godot, but it's not.
I really thought it was Godot.
I thought it was Godot as well. Everyone did. It was Gal Gadot. Of like all little girls just like crying and hugging her and stuff, and she's like, you know, like embracing that whole thing. It's like, fuck yeah.
Cool, yeah.
Absolutely,
Wonder Woman.
because you crushed it, and that was a great movie.
That's the human personification of a Greek warrior goddess.
Do it. Do it the fuck up, you know? You earned that, right? That movie earned that. And in this case, it's really like
Marvel's like, we want the crying children.
And we're putting in the moments where we're showing you the little girl,
and we're
you're here.
And we're also gonna raise money to send children to the thing as a charity thing, which is the weirdest thing ever.
I didn't know that. Okay,
it's the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah.
Like Disney wants this to be so much like a big thing that they made like a charity to send little girls to see the movie, and it's like it's a capitalist fucking trick. This is a fucking scam.
But at the same time, I don't want to be like going in onto this so hard that I make it like a major point.
Yeah,
because it's not a major point. Overall, it's still a movie that you should go check out, and it's still okay.
Well, I gotta check it out. It's part of the story.
Yeah, you got what you want to know what happens and why. And there's other stuff in it that's really fun, including a crazy ass flip the script moment that I had no expectations of whatsoever.
Yeah.
That I'm not going to touch at all.
Yeah.
But there's a huge...
Does Sam Jackson actually have 3 eyes?
there's a huge thing that I expected of Space Marvel that is not turning out the way I thought it would be.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the only thing is just like she's not super charismatic compared to a lot of her Avengers compatriots, and the movie plays its hand a little too hard, and I think a little more subtlety in that regard, and a little bit more charisma. I don't know what you want to call it. A little bit of je ne sais quoi.
I gotta say, so I watched all the trailers, right, and I've talked to people about it, and watched the reviews of it. Like, the single best moment I've seen from Captain Marvel is the Avengers trailer. Have you seen it, the new Avengers trailer?
No. Because I specifically avoided it, knowing that this was the post-Captain Marvel trailer.
So she has a cool little moment in that trailer. It's the only... She doesn't speak in the trailer, and she has a cool little moment.
I knew... So that's the moment that trailer dropped, and I'm like, this is dropping after Captain Marvel weekend. It has to be the tie-in.
Yes, the one.
So I avoided it, right? But anyway. Yeah, so that's where that's at. But still on the list of the things worth checking out. Yeah. And also
I gotta catch up. I gotta get Ant-Man also.
Yeah.
That one's actually apparently super important. So I gotta get my ants, and I gotta get my Marvels.
Yeah.
Fuck.
They're not gonna do the head shave, but if they did, it would be awesome. But I'm talking to no one. It's fine.
Where's the Adam Warlock movie? Is that not happening?
Oh boy.
I feel like that's what they're I think what they're doing Adam Warlock in Avengers the way they did Vision in Ultron. There's
another problem actually that I feel is, you know how we heard about that's another story, but remember in Suicide Squad when you heard it was going back into reshoots to add spice and humor?
Yeah.
Right?
I do.
There's a couple shots in Captain Marvel that look like they were reshoots for humor.
Oh no.
And like in particular, it's basically like humor with the bad guys kind of moments.
Okay.
That look a bit like.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it's but then like it's not exactly, but there's a couple of moments that feel a little bit like it. But in any case, that's where that's at. And
well, luckily James Gunn will be directing Suicide Squad 2.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not called that.
Oh, it's not?
It's called The Suicide Squad.
Shut the God fucking damn it, DC.
We'll get there.
DC, you fucking motherfuckers.
We'll get there. In fact, we can get there right away.
Yeah, let's get there right away.
News.
Hey, news. Da-da-da-ba-da-ba-boo. News.
No. So Suicide Squad is not a reboot.
But it's
sorry. It's not a sequel. It's not Suicide Squad 2. It is a hard reboot.
It's the movie just came out.
It is a hard
The movie
reboot.
just came out. You can't do that. Stop that.
Idris Elba as Deadshot and whatnot. Like,
stop it.
This thing is called The Suicide Squad. And it is we're just doing it again. We're just doing it again. Don't worry about what we just got. We're just doing it again.
Stop it.
Yeah. What is Would you say 5 years?
I remember the Spider-Man reboot being
the distance?
outrageous.
What's the distance?
For reboots?
5 minimum, maybe more. I want to say...
Well, what is the question? For reboots to be okay?
For reboots to be okay.
20 years.
Yeah, sure. Because I feel like 5 is still just like, well, I just saw
a human generation.
What are you doing?
That's what it should be.
Yeah. It feels weird. You know? Unless you're reverting like DMC to DMC5, in which case...
That's a deboot. That doesn't count.
The next day. The next day is the time limit on that one. There is, there's definitely a weird confusion because, like Spider-Man, right? And we've learned from Spider-Man to not do this, but in this case, DC's got to try to do something. But the weirdest part
can't get away from Jared Leto fast enough, huh?
But here's the weirdest part, right? They have to get away from it because of a lot of shit, and the whole like Joker reboot and all that stuff.
Everything that they trashed, yeah.
But Suicide Squad was a commercial success.
Yeah,
made a lot of money for them, and it was generally.
It also had nowhere to go, and it was a total embarrassment.
And it was very strange.
It was being held up as like one of the worst movies of that year.
But people fucking went and saw it, and it made money, you know. But yes, it actually causes a problem with what if we want to use our major characters in a different way after.
Because Suicide Squad was supposed to be a jumping off platform for Joker and for all these, you know, and it fucking wasn't.
And Batfleck,
yeah,
was gonna be doing his own deal, and he fucking bowed out of that shit.
Sad Affleck is sad, but now he's not sad anymore because he doesn't have to be Batman.
Yeah, it won an Oscar.
Yeah, it won an Oscar.
That's hilarious.
It won some kind of technical Oscar.
That's
and that year, that winning an Oscar was like, you know how every year there's some bullshit because like something that deserved an Oscar didn't win anything.
Yeah,
the Suicide Squad was the exclamation point on that year.
Yeah,
of like, are you fucking for real that these people got to go home? Everyone on that film gets to go, you know, I'm an Oscar winner.
Yeah, like like the fact
that is outrageous.
I mean, the funny part is that like the whole hoopla over like shit like Black Panther and stuff, and like superhero movies being like hated by the Academy and everything. Yeah. It's like all of that for being a problem for so long, and everyone hating the MCU because they're not real movies and so on. But Suicide Squad won.
Well, apparently
Oscar.
for makeup.
Okay.
Which somebody got their dick sucked backstage.
Well, anyway.
So by Dumbledore.
That's happening, and
that's what I'm saying.
That's
every day.
You gotta space this shit out. Or this is pulling the ripcord though. Are you allowed to pull the ripcord? Because Spider-Man was also pulling the ripcord, but not knowing what to do.
I think that if you're going to pull the ripcord, I think the president or whoever the fuck's in charge needs to stand up and give a press conference and go, look, we know that movie was terrible.
Right.
I'm big on accountability like that. I'm big on it. That's what I want to see. You can get away with a lot of shit as long as you have to stand in front of a bunch of people and go, yeah, I fucked up.
But also you have to say like, well, it's public, but like the thing with Spider-Man as well, it's like we're doing this because we're running out of time and we'll lose the license if we.
Yeah, no, say that out loud. Props forever, thumbs up.
We got to get one out, otherwise we lose the license.
Press conference in a 3-4 years about Fantastic Four. Yeah, we're gonna lose the license again, so get ready for this schlock. All right, I'll go see that. Fuck you, you were honest.
Oh boy, yeah. So anyway, it feels like, in an unexpected way, this like I thought the future was going to. Well, you know, I thought the future was going to be everyone will continue making garbage, and then they'll eventually concede and just hand it back to Marvel out of failure. Yeah. And that kind of did happen.
Yeah, it did, except for Fan 4-Stick.
But they didn't fully hand it back because they also kind of figured it out by X-Men eventually getting good movies and with Fox, and Sony eventually getting good movies with Spider-Verse.
Giving up on Spider-Man entirely.
Yeah. But like it's like you had to be stubborn to try and, you know, you squeeze as much blood from that stone as you could.
Decades.
You know? And if only you hired some talent. But
no.
So be it.
David Goyer's gonna fix your movie real good.
Let's see what happens with fucking James Gunn and Suicide Squad.
Well, he's got a lot of work.
Suicide Squads.
He's got a lot of work suddenly.
Yeah. He's back on Guardians of the Galaxy as well. And,
so Disney caved.
And Batista is up in wrestling.
You know what's the funniest thing about that?
Give me what I want.
The funniest thing about that shit is like, okay, you're gonna make a connected universe, and you're gonna have characters played by the same actor appearing in various important roles, cameo here, major role here, 3, 4, 5, 6 movies. Oh, they're all gonna walk, huh?
Right.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
The entire cast, and not just the cast of the Iron Man or whatever, of the ensemble movie.
Mm-hmm. That was a gangbusters hit.
All go, we're like that. What is it? 8, 9? They're all gonna walk. Oops.
And Batista in particular, like not being afraid to like publicly be like, fuck this. You know?
Dude, it's beautiful. Like I remember seeing it, and I'm like, I remember seeing all the news, like James Gunn fired and all that crap, and it's like Batista went the hardest of anyone.
Yeah, he did.
And then Pratt and all them then were like, yeah, no, us too. And it's like, I would love to be a fly on the wall of the Disney executive man going, what do you mean they're all going to walk? Well, they can't. And it's like, you can't force them to fucking record a movie.
But how stupid would we look if we Control-Z'd it right now? You can't walk that back.
You gotta wait like a year. Even though we know we're just gonna hire James Gunn back, we can't look corporately weak. We can't admit that we made a stupid knee-jerk reaction.
We gotta wait for
stuff to blow over and make it look like we just eventually capitulated to the evil actors and our movie.
Yeah, let's lay low. But yeah, it's true. They did sign contracts though. They were just gonna have to make a movie with
if every actor on a project, and I'm a big movie man, says fuck you, I'm gonna fuck this movie up.
Well, they're gonna oblige their contracts, but they're just gonna close their mouths and eyes on camera, and they're gonna have to CG the eyes and mouths back open like anime style.
And then they're
like
gonna
Blade.
go on the fucking the shill tour on the late night, and they're gonna say don't see it.
At which point
I got paid. Don't see it.
Yeah. The fucking you Wesley Snipes everybody in Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
They're all CGI.
They're on camera and they're just like this,
and they're all dubbed over.
Suddenly, like Nolan North is talking to Nolan North, and fucking Troy's Baker
there, and Laura's there. Yeah.
Everybody's there.
It's like, why not just make a video game movie at this point?
Guardians of the Galaxy 3, into the Guardians verse.
Back on.
Right? Like they would have just animated it.
So I have a sneaking suspicion.
And did it like the Telltale.
Telltale
to fucking
I have a
animate
sneaking
it.
suspicion there's going to be some smug ass shit in Guardians 3. Some real smug ass shit.
I completely disagree.
Oh yeah?
Based on the words James Gunn has used and the way he's gone about this, it sounds like he's just like, happy to be back on board. Let's get to work.
I'm happy to be back on board. So I'm not really all that excited because they called me up the day after they fired me and told me that I'd be back on board, but that I'd have to wait a year to tell everyone that I was back on board.
He's playing it so mellow.
I hope to see some smug ass shit.
Yep.
I want to see them talk to a corporate alien called Didney Man and slap him around a little bit.
I mean, I remember when I was back in the QA days and around the office, people were sending the short PG porn, that he shot, which was like, yeah, it's literally exactly what it sounds like. He shot porns that were PG.
That's weird.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
And hilarious, and the Lollipop Chainsaw.
Yeah.
And whatnot, right? So, but a lot of folks didn't know. So Suicide Squads.
Fucking
Squad of Suicide coming soon. That's happening.
Why do they keep trying to make that movie before putting a Batman? Like, it makes no sense to me.
You can't beat Heath Ledger and fucking Dark Knight. Like, you can't.
Well, they tried.
Everything's downhill from that point. and it's rough because you got to keep making money. But
yeah, that sucks.
What do? You know? I mean, the real answer is like fucking. You can try getting passing the mantle off and get some fucking Sandra Kane in there. Or make a movie for Wooly.
Yeah.
You know?
Make a Cassandra Cain movie and it's completely silent.
Man. Anyway.
That'd be a cool flick.
Actually, real talk. Miles has had his moment.
Yeah.
Why not Terry?
I completely agree.
Why not Terry?
Apparently there is a Batman Beyond something happening.
Oh, cool. Because, quite frankly, like, the world at large does not know how fucking cool Terry is.
No, actually, DC's animated studio came out and said that they're looking into making a Batman Beyond thing with Terry, inspired by Spider-Verse.
Great, cool, awesome, but not what I meant, you know?
Oh, it's not? Oh, you meant just straight up pass the mantle to Terry?
I meant you want live action, proper, big
Never
release.
gonna happen. Never.
I know, I know, because Batman. Because Batman. Right? And you know what? Oh, we ever go, right? And it's like, yo, get Miles up in there. No, why not? Because Peter, though. Like, it's infuriating. It's fucking infuriating. And, like, you don't realize all of the fucking, like you don't realize that it's the writing that makes the movie good. It's the script. It's the events unfolding. It's not just because I know who that guy is that I'm enjoying it. It doesn't have to be Bruce.
You're talking.
It doesn't have to be Peter.
You're talking to an industry, not just the movie industry, a fucking comic book industry that made the most unpopular decision I've ever even heard of with a character because, well, young readers can't identify with Peter Parker because he's married, so we have to retroactively fucking erase 20 years of character build-up, right? Not only is Peter not enough, it has to be Peter minus marriage. It has to be the most de facto state ever. New slate. New slate. Everything's got to be a new slate for new... Fucking God... Like, the fucking Captain Marvel shit popped off a new wave of people who are into comics and who read manga going, hey, I like Captain Marvel, or I really like Iron Man. Where do I go?
Yeah. So
versus,
I liked
Battle Angel Alita.
Where do I start?
Go?
Here. Volume 1.
Chapter 1. Battle Angel Alita. Done.
Yeah. Yeah. The first thing I said walking out of the theater to Steph was, oh man, I can't wait for the new audiences that just saw this that go, I want to go read about Carol, to go back to the old shit and go, what? I can't wait for that reaction. It's going to be hilarious. But something that happens in comics, right, is the mantle pass occurs, and sometimes there's many mantle passes. And for a long time, there's been bad ones. Yeah. Stupid ones, shitty ones, things that people didn't want.
I know there's a bad Green Lantern. I know there's a couple, there's like 5 Flashes or whatever.
I mean, give me my Guy Gardner movie, but that's neither here nor there. There's been mantle passes that suck for so long that when good ones happen, they should be fucking celebrated, right?
Terry McGinnis is a great Batman.
Terry is one of the good ones. Laura is one of the good ones. Miles is one of the good ones.
Yeah.
These 3 absolutely deserve...
I'm not super familiar with Laura. Laura...
X-23.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Logan.
Yeah.
These 3 are great and deserve it, right?
They're cool.
Let that happen. No one's shouting out for fucking whatever his name is, the Batman's son, Damian. You know what I mean?
You mean the one that's like a psycho?
No one's shouting out for Superboy.
No one's ever shouted for Superboy.
Like,
I was not aware how old Superboy is either, and man.
It's just when you nail it and it works, embrace that. right? And movies, of course, eventually, like we now have the balls to do the thing where the origin story, let's move along.
Yeah.
Like they're finally there, like 15 years later or whatever. Now it's time to embrace the part where who cares? It's not about Peter or Bruce. It doesn't have to be that, right? Let it be just get right the writing.
Yeah.
And so that's why it's just like there doesn't have to, you can't get Ben Affleck. Oh, what do we do after Dark Knight? What do we fucking do? Throw it out. Just throw it the fuck out. Bring in Terry. New character, new actor, new audiences.
It's the future.
People are going to go, I don't know what this is. This is different. This is not what I'm used to. But guess what?
That probably means it might be good.
You walk out of there going, oh, that was awesome. And it says Batman on it. Done. Tickets sold.
No, Wooly.
You even got the fucking logo just to confuse people.
I don't know, man. You're arguing with a movie industry that rebooted Halloween like 8 times.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
There was one like 3 or 4 year period where Halloween came out and then another movie called Halloween came out because it's a reboot and it's got to be Mike Myers. It's got to be exactly the same every fucking goddamn it.
But it's like the reason why it's so dumb is because unlike the other things where I'm like if I'm not going to yell about like I want Carol to have a haircut because it's like no one's going to like that. That's just for me.
Yeah, that's
right?
For you.
That's silly. Don't do that. That's probably a terrible idea. But I think it would be awesome if they did.
I think it's crazy because we live in a situation in which video games with their sequels can often be more creative than brand new properties from film studios.
Such as Spider-Man, Marvel Spider-Man.
Yeah. Like, it's wild. It's absolutely fucking dumb.
But this type of thing, it's like when you're stuck in this reboot world of, the movie sucked and ruined things. How do we fix this?
Like, junk it. Pretend it didn't happen.
Just fucking move on.
No.
You know?
No.
Anyway.
No, goddammit.
Anyway.
Just erase it. What, you're going to erase my memories of Amazing Spider-Man 2? Fucking good luck with that.
Did you hear that Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield were current Spider-Man
Tom Holland
were supposed to be in Spider-Verse?
I did hear that, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That sucks that they didn't.
Nah, that would have been a great
fucking cowards.
That would have been a great
fucking cowards.
And then Yuri Lowenthal's in the back.
You cowards! You're so fucking scared. You're scared of greatness. It could have happened.
That would have been great.
Oh, acknowledge it. It's not embarrassing. It's fun. Let it be fun.
Comics are dumb and fun. Let them be stupid.
Embrace your fucking failures. Let it be
Supremor. Call him Supremor.
If they were willing, I don't know if the actors were willing.
I think it was a scheduling thing.
Okay.
I think they were going to do it and then it just never worked out.
I hope so. I hope it wasn't just because what I read, maybe I'm misinformed and maybe I'm yelling for no reason if I find out after the podcast that it was really just a scheduling thing, because then never mind. But what I heard was they didn't have the balls to go for it.
Oh, that sucks.
But anyway,
it's possible Sony didn't have the balls to go for it.
Yeah, we got to catch up on a bunch of news over the last little bit, because
some of these don't require that much discussion. Some of them just require a laugh.
Hey, Pat.
Yeah, what's up?
You got any cocaine in your pocket?
Not in my pocket, no.
Well, that's handy, because if you did.
Hey, let me tell you about Jump Force.
You would be forced to delete your
existence,
your Pat versus Japan videos.
Yeah. Hey, Wooly, I want to give a preface to those of you who don't already know about this story. I've heard the guy's name, and I guess that's appropriate. But you know the guy who writes Kenshin?
Mr. Pedophile?
Yeah, the guy who got caught with the kiddie porns. I was like, yeah, I want to fuck kids. Remember that guy?
Mr. Pedophile.
Yeah. And then how awkward it was that it's like, well, he's back to work like 2 weeks, still writing Kenshin.
Hey. He paid a less than hefty fine.
Yeah. And then
he's got to eat.
And then Kenshin.
What are you supposed to do?
And then Kenshin's in Jump Force. I mean, Kenshin's still a good character, but you're still like, right? And you're like, well, different cultures, and then you're like, no, we're talking about kiddie porn. No, fuck that. This is bullshit. right? And that's that you try.
Sold out his other pedophiles, and he helped them bust the ring.
Yeah.
So
it's cool. Yeah, I guess. No, it's not cool. No, it's not. It's not cool at all. But hey, you know what?
The Batosai.
You can make your personal decision on whether or not support Kenshin or Jump Force or anything like that. But I don't think anybody doesn't think that it's weird the way that was handled and uncomfortable and probably unjust.
10,000 yen? $10,000 equivalent?
Are you serious?
Not 10,000 yen. The equivalent of $10,000, which is earned in less than a week. Yeah. Whatever his fine was was like 1 week's salary.
It was like, he essentially was like, I'll keep it more hush next time. Don't worry about it. You're like, okay. But this motherfucker snorted some fucking cocaine!
Which motherfucker?
I don't know his name anymore. He seems to be erased from the universe.
The one whose passport was burned in the public town square?
So Pierre Taki, or Pierre Taki, or I don't know how to pronounce his name, I'm sorry, is... first of all, the photos that are coming out are his appearance in Judge Eyes as a Yakuza boss, looking like an old cocaine fiend, by the way. In the murder crime game, it has come out that he was in possession of a small amount of cocaine.
I need to stop for a moment and applaud, because I was coming into this story fully ready to jump on the ridiculousness of the drug
thing,
culture and all that shit. But the framing around the borders...
that was like 6 months ago.
It was framing so around the borders of Mr. Kenshin CP Man.
Yeah.
With literal terabytes of fucking children.
Yeah.
Being super fine.
A physical object that literally damages the concept of humanity as a whole.
Like I'm being hit with the waves of that in relation to this story. I'm having a hard time right now. So
this story is like ridiculous and draconian, and we can argue about drug war.
I was going to laugh about the nonsense of like, you know what, you're crazy, but you know what, you got to blame the West in general because we introduced the entire puritanical anti-drug thing.
The Americans really fucked them up after
post-war,
the war, all that shit.
You know,
and they did. Apparently, they didn't have a very high opinion of drugs before. Like, even
opium was legal.
Yeah,
and I want to say, what was the other one? There was another type. It was mushrooms or something. Something was legal for a while, and then it was only like after. They realized like, we don't want to have a bunch of drug heads.
Because there's two steps here, right? Step one is Pierre Taki has had the game he is in, Judge Eyes, the next Yakuza game for all intents and purposes, or Ryuga Gotoku, which is like a dragon. The sales of that game, digitally and physically, have been stopped. Its Western release is currently in limbo. People who are worried it's going to get canceled for the West, that's ridiculous. That's not going to happen. Sega is not going to lose the money on that. They might even release it as is here because we don't give a shit.
But wait, there's more. He also voices Olaf, the snowman in Frozen.
Yes.
Who is a character in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yes.
Which just went on sale.
Yes, and guess what?
Is currently being patched.
Yes.
To remove him from the game.
As Paige pointed out on Twitter, Olaf is a character literally made of cocaine. A fucking point that should not be ignored. So there's that part, right? There's like, whoa, Japan does not fuck around about drug abuse. Wow. Like, out here in North America, right, or in Europe or fucking wherever, you see actors get caught and do all sorts of shit, but ain't nothing gonna stop that money from coming in. Ain't nothing gonna get that product off the shelves, right? Unless, in some cases, if actions in the film or whatever were actively criminal, right? Like, hey, did you know they actually like shot all those people in that action scene? Okay, yeah, no, that's coming down. That's coming down, right? But then you take all that ridiculousness. Let's amplify the fact that the game in which we're talking about, he's playing a Yakuza boss. He's playing a murderer, coke fiend, crime man. This is so appropriate.
It's not real, though. You see, the thing is that there is no drugs in Japan, and if there are,
they're gonna go, including
if they're inside of your body. Yeah. If we can't get rid of the drugs,
we'll get rid of you
because they're inside of your body,
right? And so that is its own hilarious context, and particularly if you're a person in anyone within the range of my voice that either knows somebody or is somebody who has been unfairly targeted for what I would call ridiculous drug laws. Right? People that 10 years ago in Montreal would have gotten picked up for smoking pot on a corner because they're idiots. But now we live in a pot-free society. You know, like now
we live in a society?
Yeah.
Okay.
What? Well, you and I are living in a society where people are smoking reefer on the fucking street right now.
Right.
Right? So, like, yeah, a ton of people get picked up over drug bullshit, right?
Mm-hmm,
it happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff that doesn't hurt nobody. I know people who do cocaine. You know people who do cocaine. They're idiots. I don't think they should do cocaine. But
it's your body. Do what the fuck you want with it. Quite frankly,
right?
If you want to get real, do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Get that away from me. And I don't particularly want to be around you while you're on cocaine. But whatever.
I mean.
Right?
There's a swerve here that we don't need to take about countries that have changed their drug laws and have seen huge benefits to doing so.
Yeah, sure. That's whatever, right?
Regardless.
That's not even the point. The point is fucking kids is apparently okay, though. According to not me. I need to make that very clear and not stop talking or leave any pauses when I speak about this subject. Right? But, like, I saw in chat the Kenshin man had hundreds of DVDs of child pornography. First of all, DVDs implies a level of nefariousness that I was honestly not prepared to see. Right? That's terrifying on a whole level.
Dude, I can't. Like putting these two together.
You need to. They're within each other's context.
Horrifying. Like, I'm actually struggling.
What is okay? What is not okay?
Because
are these completely antithetical to every single value you personally hold?
Like, because if you think about it, right? Like, we, like oh my God. Like, swapping these punishments around.
Sure.
Is the most sensible thing in the world.
Slap on the wrist, go to rehab, right?
You don't exist anymore.
You go away.
You're gone.
You bad. You did a bad.
Your name is...
Right.
Like, we're done.
Dude, they didn't even send him to kiddie rehab, which I don't know if that exists.
Does it?
I don't know.
Does it involve handing you a fucking real doll?
I don't know, man. But, like,
what is... like...
And this is where a deeper philosophical argument about cultural and moral relativism starts to fall apart, because I cannot make this work.
Here's the problem.
In my head. This does not work.
You took a story that was a 9 to me from
an hilariousness
from a while ago.
Oh yeah, oh that's what you mean. Yeah.
In terms of just that is alarming.
That is a bad.
And then you took a story like this, which is like a 4.
Yeah.
And combined, you should get a 13.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm at like a 50.
Yeah.
Like, I can't... When these two...
It's bad. It's
that
bad
is
feeling.
Horrifying to think that her... not just this guy, not just Pierre Taki, but there was another...
There's an idol, I remember.
An idol that was caught...
disappeared.
As well.
That society.
Just... Gone. Yeah, exactly. That's it, right? The implication of your name being associated with anything at all means it's poison and everyone drops you. You can no longer make money. You can no longer do anything.
You're blacklisted from society.
Right? And I'm already somebody who says, like, I don't think anyone should ever really be blacklisted from society.
Yeah.
Unless you are, like... committing a heinous crime, in which case you can be removed from existence, quite frankly. But there's like Like even if you're in that fucked up child porn place, there's a place where you can still, I don't know, man. You can lift some boxes somewhere, like whatever. I don't know. Figure it out. Sure. It's not a fully formulated thought. I'm just going on emotion.
I know the emotion you're feeling.
You know what I mean? Like here, we'll throw some yen at you and you can do your thing, right? That's cool.
You can be downgraded to manual labor retail forever, whatever.
Right. But that's not the way this works. With the cocaine thing, it's like, no, you're gone. You're disappeared. And
because you're famous, everyone will know forever.
And while that's so extreme that I wouldn't even put it on the fucking Kenshin man,
yeah,
boy, it sure fits that pair of shoes better than this dude.
Oh, yeah. Especially since, as a product of this system, Kenshin man was like, yeah, I know it's bad. I know. Well, I promise.
I didn't go so far into Kenshin that I can say for sure. But I'm pretty sure from...
I have a buddy of mine who reads a lot of Kenshin, and he's a big Kenshin fan. This hit him really, really hard. And he's like, there are a couple things you look back on, and you're like...
Okay. Because there's some anime out there where you're like, oh, that's just on the surface and overt.
Yeah, like... oh, God, what's the new one? Where they go into the hole? Into the abyss?
Sure.
Abyss?
Sure.
There's some weird shit in there.
Yeah, sure. Right. And you're like, or like, oh, that's like your tikis, right? Like you're in Dragon.
Come on, an 18,000-year-old myth dragon.
Yeah. She looks like she's 4, but she's a dragon.
Hey,
she's infinite years old.
Oh, you want to have kids? No, bitch.
Yeah. So there's a whole lot of that, right? And that's the one thing is like Kenshin's not the place where that was like on the surface and you're waiting for the crackdown.
But now what do you
like there's some manga out there. I'm just saying there's some manga out there where
you're like, are you fucking for real?
Where like when the cops read them, they should just go kick the door down to be sure.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
Hey,
like
what's going on here?
Hey, I just read this volume. We're just doing a fucking public safety check.
Hey man, what's up? Hey, what's up?
You know what I mean?
Who is that?
Hey, you gotta just kick the door down just to be safe.
Yeah, but you know what's going on.
Kenshin's not one of those books.
No, it's not.
There's no reason to go kick a door down over Kenshin.
But what this does do is make you go, and then you think, and then this does the, you know what this does? This does the opposite for Yakuza, and you're like, oh wow, all the actors playing these psychopaths and murderers. Good thing to know that they're all squeaky clean and would never do like. Fucking. Oh man.
And the thing, I guess, is that like I never would have expected it, but if I were to expect it, I would have expected like gets in trouble for drawing child porn.
Yeah.
Right? As an artist.
Yeah, no, that's a
but
whole
it's like,
thing.
No.
These
I got
were the DVDs.
Real. This was not illustrated and fictional. This was real and damaging.
This is that thing that they made 8 or 9 seasons of amazing television with SVU about, with Elliot Stabler.
And you need to actually just go away. You need to actually just be removed and go away. Go over here now. And stay, like, it's, like, that's the crazy, anyway.
Yeah.
This
is not
cocaine,
really what you
man.
would expect to sign up for today, listening to your video game, anime, and movie podcast, but hey.
I wasn't ready for that fucking parallel.
Yeah, dude, I saw this news, and I'm like, are you... So it didn't really hit me until somebody pointed out that Jump Force came out, and nobody gives a shit.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear any talk about the fact that Kenshin was in Jump Force despite that thing, because I guess nobody cares. But oh boy, not to know. And also, actors love cocaine.
Yeah. Here's what I hope.
Actors love cocaine.
I hope that this, because I haven't ever heard of this. This is the first time I've ever heard of this kind of story, right? And I've heard about the strict drug laws, but I've never seen this type of public crackdown in this way.
Yeah.
I hope that this moment is greeted by everyone. Blah. I hope that the way that we're reacting is they see that and they kind of catch on that
you're fucking nuts.
Everyone outside of Japan is really weirded out by this.
You are fucking nuts.
Except for the Philippines and a bunch of other countries where they're equally as draconian with their laws.
Equally, I don't. I think the Philippines should win an award for taking it too far.
Yes, however, there are other countries that China's not that.
Remember when we thought that story was funny?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, before it played
before
out,
it became much less funny.
Before it played out, yeah. Well, anyway, the fact that we are looking at like this is a modern reaction to this absurdity is something that I think Japan's going to possibly take note of.
You're completely nuts. You're fucking crazy.
No, I'm not saying they're going to change things, but I'm saying the
only reaction,
the gust of wind from the butterfly's wings.
Yeah.
That is the rest of the world going, what the fuck are you doing? This is the first time that'll happen.
The only thing that will alter that course at all is internal pressure. And the internal pressure would have to come from young Japanese citizens that go, what the fuck? I don't give a shit. Just give me my video game. Right? And here's the part where I'm now just watching this with eagle eyes and hawk eyes and whatever. It's like Sega of America is in a fairly delicate position because North American English and European English-speaking audiences could not give less of a fuck. And the idea that Judge Eyes might be delayed for months, if not longer, depending on timing, based on a cultural overreaction of the country of origin over what they perceive to be nothing, is going to hurt that game, period. Right? So Sega gets to, like... I am so excited to see, like, Sega consider putting the game out as is here, but then changing for Japanese version, which will cause a fucking weird ass thing for Japanese game players who go, what the actual fuck? The foreigners get the better version of what the fuck?
Take a random NPC and replace his model with that guy so that his face isn't there either.
So, by the way, I don't know how deep you dove into this, but Yakuza 4 is getting remastered / re-released, and the actor who played the fourth character, Tanimura, the cop, was disappeared over cocaine.
Same thing. Okay.
Same exact thing. Okay. Because they put out the trailer and everybody out here was, why the fuck does Tanimura look different? What the fuck? He's a different face model, completely recast.
I mean, isn't the director like an actual yak at this point? Like,
yeah.
So there you go, right?
He's weird and orange now. And he dresses all creepy, and he's like, yeah, I hang out with my friends, and we talk about inspiration for the game. We're good pals, good pals, good pals.
Let me just repeat myself, because the people I'm looking at, like, especially like chat people going like, Woolies, you don't get it. Like, I'm not saying that I think the reaction from other countries is going to lead to them reforming their child porn and cocaine laws. I don't think Japan is going to do that in reaction to these stories and whatnot. What I'm saying is the fact that this is happening currently, and these are the first times as people who've been playing Japanese games and watching anime and reading manga for years now, these are the first times that these types of stories are coming out that we've heard of, and they're getting these reactions. If there's going to be a pushback against it, at any point, it's going to start with these ones, with these moments. And I hope that, like, down the line, there can be a snowball that rolls to fix this.
8-ball.
That rolls down the fucking mountain to fix this. But I think it's going to take a fucking long time before that happens. But if it could happen based on these things starting to be like, Japan, what the fuck are you doing? More and more often? From a lot of people over time, there's a shot as opposed to zero shot.
Hey.
The fact that the law came into existence based on them being concerned about what other countries thought is reason enough to think that what other countries think might make the law also go the other way.
Hey, if you are a Japanese person who happens to listen to our podcast, I would be very interested in hearing your opinion on this subject and what you feel like the on the ground populace reaction, because I don't know, it's quite possible that the average person is like, oh my god, I can't believe he did drugs, this is the most horrible thing ever. and that's it. You know, like I don't know.
Yeah,
I doubt it. I very much doubt that. I have a sneaking suspicion that the average person can see the asinine ridiculousness of this, but there's a lot of cultural inertia.
Well, the question is like, is anyone actually still thinking about it as reefer madness? Like, are they actually seeing this as you get coked up and then you go on a murdering spree? Or are they kind of like, yeah, we know it doesn't really matter, but like, it's just the way it's been
drugs
forever.
Hurt the children. So you got to ban them.
So, you
got to ban everything that hurts the children.
Yeah. And of course, instead of like helping people who actually might need help, you're going to fucking do this type of thing, right? So, yeah.
I imagine it's actually somewhat difficult to become a drug addict in Japan, though. Considering this,
you have to be successful.
You'd have to be really successful, and you'd have to have a lot of privacy.
Yeah, yeah. So, like I want to I just imagine a bunch of like elected officials in Japan like looking at a safe injection site and just melting.
Yeah.
Into full-on fucking Indiana Jones dust.
Yeah.
But anyway, this story is I can't handle that contrast.
So what you do is you walk into the Japanese parliament and you pull out of your bag and it's a copy of Scarface on DVD, and you open up the copy of Scarface on DVD and the Ark of the Covenant ghost starts shooting out.
So when I clicked on this story,
you didn't think you'd be uncomfortable, huh?
No, but there was another story that just popped up on the headline.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh, that happened live on the podcast?
Oh, nice.
Cool. So we got confirmation that the Battle Pass for Apex is coming out on March 19th.
Which is tomorrow.
There you go. Cool. For the longest while, everyone's been like, when's Battle Pass? Like, the funniest thing is, like, there's a comic that's been repurposed all around the internet for a while. And it's like someone going, hey, he's talking to someone else going like, hey, this is my favorite subreddit. And it's like r/Apex Legends. It's like a bar. Yeah. There's a dude like drinking, like guzzling a bottle. And then like the guy who's being talked to kind of peers over the shoulder and goes, and then the guy drinking is like, oh, father, when's Battle Pass?
When Battle Pass?
And the guy who's telling him is just sweating, and it's hilarious. So for the longest while, this has been a thing. Now, there's a lot of Battle Pass like controversy has been based on the fact that there's signs all over the place that it was supposed to happen already. And people got really, really like excited and in their own heads about like, it's going to happen today on the 12th.
Apex is leaky as fuck.
And then there was a bunch
really
of like,
bad.
and a bunch of like data miners and like other like updates and like the fact that Origin updated itself on this date and the jump pad showed up in the game and all this stuff was
the jump pad is a very Fortnite thing where a single element of the map changes to be like, hey dudes, something's coming.
Yeah. So a lot of people kind of were like, oh, we're ready for it. And like, even though it's been a month, there's definitely been a like, man, this is getting boring without it, especially because you can cap out your levels and you can't get boxes anymore, right? So, but the problem, I think, and I bet you the reason why this got delayed, even though it wasn't announced necessarily, is because there's been an exploit where to get any of their bonuses, such as the exclusive Pathfinder Twitch skin, or the extra Origin boxes, you could just enter in a command line on the game's boot up and get that shit.
Yeah, that's why that game, that promotion came out and then the game went down.
Because,
real fast.
Anyone can copy paste and get this, right? So I bet you to avoid that happening, because it was built for things like this Battle Pass, for example, to be put in through that method, they went, this is a huge problem because this is how we're going to make money.
Yeah.
So they had to fucking delay it and make sure that exploit's gone.
It's so I was just reading up on the Battle Pass as to what it actually is.
Octane?
No. Octane comes out tomorrow alongside it. Characters are very, very explicitly not going to be in the pass. But it's all cosmetic stuff, stuff like that, boxes, what have you.
The ability to get more boxes as the season.
It costs It costs $10. And
okay, here we go.
And it goes 100 levels. Oh yeah, you have the fact sheet. Yeah, go ahead.
Season 1, Wild Frontier Battle Pass, 950 Apex coins to.
It's about $10.
Play more to level up and unlock. So yeah, rewards. The bundle for 2,800 Apex coins, so that's like 30.
Yeah, it's 30.
Get the battle pass plus your unlock your next 25 levels for season 1 instantly.
Yeah.
Okay. So skins, rewards, unique items, cosmetics.
How does it work though?
If you play enough and earn enough money, then you can buy the next one for free. Is that how that works?
I mean, like, so the thing is in Fortnite you earn levels of the battle pass by challenges. In Apex, it's the leveling system. You're level 60 something, right?
Yeah, 62 or 63.
You would be 2/3 done with the battle pass. So it's hit level 100 in a 3-month span.
Yeah,
and you will get everything.
Right, and then when the new season happens, you start again.
Yeah. So then it becomes: are you playing enough to have the battle pass be worth it? Are you playing not quite enough, but if you skip those first 25, it'll be better?
And then there's the version where you just buy it.
Yeah. But you'll never be able to buy the level 100 thing unless you play a shit ton of the game.
Right. And if you play a shit ton of the game, you also are making enough money to, instead of buying those rewards,
you buy
the next season's pass.
Or buy Octane.
Because the pass is also in-game currency.
Yeah.
Right. Got it. Okay. I didn't buy Mirage or Caustic, so I was waiting to see what else would drop. I'm
probably gonna buy Mirage and Caustic. I don't know about the battle pass though, because like I already have Warframe, which I play as a gas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dabbling in Division. I don't play Apex more than once or twice a week.
Okay,
right?
I'm playing it a lot.
I'm never gonna hit 100 at this. And it's like, do I want to start playing? Yeah, you know.
Yeah. I'm playing it a lot, and I'm currently like fully bit with the like a good fighting game. I feel my weakness in how bad I aim.
Yeah,
and I feel a strong desire to get better at that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm playing.
I don't know how to improve at that.
Play Titanfall 2.
Okay.
Same feel.
It's a little backwards.
Same guns, but modified in their effectiveness. But ultimately, you get to fight faster.
Yeah.
But you get to fight more often. Training often, that's it. There's aim trainers and stuff out there. There's lots of good advice, and there's a couple videos addressing it. But what it comes down to is probably the best way to practice your aim would be to just play Titanfall 2.
That's so weird.
So guess what I was doing yesterday?
You're playing Titanfall 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what? How about that? That shit's fun.
Yeah.
And I remapped my hybrid controls to get them working on it. So good times. So yeah, that's fresh.
Fucking abomination.
Hey man, it works.
So this is half of the battle pass news. The other half is like, what is the goddamn actual 100 pieces of the pass?
What would they look like?
What is it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it can... I remember...
People were frothing out the mouth to get this info, though, man. It was getting
It's a big deal. It's the hottest game, man.
Thirsty out there.
It is fully... I don't know if I mentioned it to you, but you know Epic reported a 48% loss of profit in the month that Apex came out?
Huh. I didn't see that.
It's eating Fortnite's lunch.
Yeah.
It is straight up eating Fortnite's
Which is
lunch.
why the reaction you saw was the hardest swerve ever of, it's fucking ping systems and revives and Hammond getting the ball, kids. Like, that reaction was so instantaneous, right? Fucking Epic was like, I mean, again, Fortnite never, it had its own identity before it started taking others.
Yeah.
But like the moment it just started cribbing other shit, it was like, okay, yeah, this is our success rate. This is how it works. Cool.
Yeah.
Like that ball was so fucking reactionarily thrown in because man, new season, new shit. Everybody please pay attention. And it worked.
Yeah.
The viewers went back up. And Apex was losing viewers and players because people were waiting.
But now guess what?
So
Apex is going to bump back up now that people have a progression system that they can justify. I'm a fucking sucker for progression, man.
Yeah. And you know what? People that are suckers for progression that I play with that hit their cap were like, yeah, I'm kind of
done until the battle pass.
Because what's the point, right? I'm not getting anything for my prestige. So, sure. Get that. I get that.
That being said, the implementation prior to this, where you can hit level 100 and you literally don't even get the boxes anymore, that's terrible. That's a bad implementation. Because the game came on hot.
Yeah.
Game came in real hot.
I mean, even if you made it slowed down because level 102 is way harder to get to than level 2.
Yeah.
It's like you can just make a slower earning reward. Like Overwatch did that, you know? Like they let you just prestige and it just takes longer each time, but that's fine. Anyway, so yeah, that's going on, and we talked about Octane already, so we don't need to do it and whatnot and so on and so forth.
Cool. I'm probably going to like Octane.
Yeah.
Because the health regeneration is really strong. I bet.
Yep.
I haven't seen how fast it goes, but any health regeneration would be appreciated.
We have the information that leaked about the next Dragon Ball FighterZ character. Shoutouts to Hook Gang God. Goku! He's gonna show you! He's gonna help you find a way. It's Kid Goku from GT. You know what? That's my favorite Goku. Even if it's Goku number 9. That's another Goku. And he's got a stick. He's got the power bow. And maybe he's got the Nimbus. Who knows? Maybe he'll turn into an Uzaru. That would be fun.
So, if this was Goku from Dragon Ball, and he was drawn all soft and shit, right? And
him and his friends are gonna save the day.
His super was that shitty Kamehameha that he used to, like, hit the car with. You know that one?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like...
Kid Goku that's basically like a little munchkin.
Yeah.
Where he looks like a Dr. Slump character.
I'd be like, this sucks, but I guess it's cool. GT Kid Goku it's the worst of all possible futures. It is
well, here's what it is it's bending over backwards to avoid going back to the old Dragon Ball. Because Kid Goku from GT can still go Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
And he can still power up and do all the stuff that, you know, he does in GT. Whereas old Dragon Ball would, like, have fun things like pterodactyls attacking him. And monsters and cars and weird shit. But, you know.
Dragon Ball has so many characters. There are so many fighters that they can choose from for this game. There are so many. And we got base Goku and base Vegeta, and I was like, that's awful, but I get it, I guess. This, I'm now at that's awful, and I don't get it. Because even if they were going to pick fucking GT characters, they could have picked Omega Shenron.
Pan.
They could have picked Pan.
Baby.
They could have picked multiple different babies. They could have picked, like, young teenager Trunks. They could have picked Vegeta with a mustache.
So
it's
the leaks
so bad.
Well, the leaks were confirmed, right? This was one of the leaks. So that's done. Oob.
Yeah, Oob. Oob would be cool.
Oob is a young kid full of power. That would have been fun.
They could have picked Bio Broly.
You know what, though? You know what Xenoverse taught me? Dragon Ball fans
are assholes?
Want more Goku. Because...
It's amazing. The noises that came out of our mouths were different, but we said the same thing. Isn't that amazing?
But the problem is when I say Dragon Ball fans, it's like, what does that mean? It's like, okay, well, like, that's a broad ass term. But there's a specific group of people that play only Dragon Ball, not only Dragon Ball games, but every Dragon Ball game, no matter what it is, no matter how it comes down. And it's kind of like, yeah.
You mean the same kinds of people who obsessed over, like, figurines of Rey and Asuka and made people think that that's what Evangelion was about, despite the fact that the commodification of those girls' bodies is part of the themes of the show and it's inherently fucked up.
But how much money is that person spending on Dragon Ball versus
It's the otaku market shit again. It's always the fucking otaku market shit again.
How much money are you spending on Dragon Ball? Are you buying that new RPG? Did you buy Xenoverse 2? Did you get the DLC? Are you getting this new other announcement that's coming out? Heroes, I believe it's called?
No.
Well, then what chance did you have? Right?
You're right.
So it's like, if you're feeding your market, then you're feeding your market. I will say that I wish this Goku was the Goku DLC that we first got.
Yeah.
And I wish that was the end of it, so that we would have had two very different Gokus, and that'd be the end of it. Yeah. I would have loved if, instead of base Goku, we got this instead and called it a day.
We've even got two Zamasus, man.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even have the gross arm.
So
he's the same model.
Yeah. So like I think it's pretty much become clear that like this is every Dragon Ball game, and this is probably, I don't know how much it's like a like, are the manga people, are Toriyama's people kind of going like, this is what you should put in it? Or is it just entirely up to ArcSys?
Like,
who knows? We don't know.
Like, well,
we don't know. But I think that I would like to believe that were it entirely up to ArcSys, the crazy motherfuckers that wanted to make Nanako and Dojima a team in P4A, I want to believe that if it were up to them, they would like to have variety, and they would like to represent the full breadth of this fantastic, gigantic world full of interesting characters.
We just did the
as opposed to variants of your main character.
We just did Tournament of Power, which added like 50 new characters. And you took the main antagonist, Jiren, and no one else. Not like Kefla or Kefla and Caulifla and Kale.
Kale and Caulifla.
None of them. Kefla, not that weird little Saiyan kid. Not the Namekians that were huge and buff and were like 100 dudes.
Well, I mean, again, leaks imply that shit's coming.
Not that rabbit motherfucker. Not the old dude with the mustache. Yeah. Not the magical girls.
Yep. And Gogeta, and whatnot is there as well. So
there's the wolf dudes.
The fusions as well.
The wolf dudes were there. They were cool.
It's just so like, okay, but like here's the thing though, right? Like popularity wise, how happy would like fans be to see wolf dudes as opposed to it's another Goku? Like it's a weird fucking thing.
They should be.
I know. Variety is more interesting than not variety. It's the spice of life.
If they actually like the thing they like, they would like it. The problem okay, I'm gonna make a distinction. There's Dragon Ball fans and there are Goku fans, and this applies to everything. This applies to every property.
There's Street Fighter fans and there's Ryu fans.
There's Devil May Cry fans and Dante fans. The people who shit their ass when Nero was playable for half the game.
That's really true.
Right?
That's a very true.
And Goku fans buy Goku merchandise.
Yeah.
They buy Goku DVDs. They buy Goku prints.
There's Naruto fans and there's Naruto fans.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Naruto fans will keep watching Boruto, but fans of Naruto are like, fuck you, Boruto. I'm a fan of Naruto. Because he's a bitch. I fucking hate Naruto.
How is Master Roshi not a shoo-in?
He even got powered up to fight in the Tournament of Power. This should be Master Roshi. It really should. And he should have a super where he turns into Jackie Chun.
Yeah. Yeah. He should have a super where he drops a magazine on the ground.
Yeah.
Play a little game of Paf Paf.
Yeah. Hey, okay, Eli, where's Launch? When is Launch going to be?
Yeah, with her motorcycle.
Oh, man, she's blonde, Launch. Oh, she sneezes. It's a random ripoff, but whatever.
Let her do air motorcycle combos, and she sneezes, and then it's all powerful.
Oh, where am I? Oh, I sneezed again. Oh, I'm a bitch.
It is comically easy to come up with fun ideas for characters that are more interesting than more Saiyans.
I mean, we've already agreed that we are pulling in non-canon movie characters. Janemba.
What was Puff Paff called in English? Was it Puff Puff? That's what everyone's saying.
That's a Dragon Quest thing, I think.
Because I read the French books, and in the French books it was called Paff Paff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Puff puff. Okay. Well, anyway. That's it's.
Yeah,
it's
Dragon Ball is terrible and you're all stupid. There you go.
I'm gonna I'm in there. Regardless, I'm in there still.
Then you're part of the problem.
Yeah, I like the fighting game.
You like Goku?
A lot. It's a very good fighting game.
You like Goku's? Well, 16.
I like that. That is the most interesting.
Oh
Goku
yeah,
to
GT.
Me.
Yeah, GT, huh? GT's the shit. Oh man, right here, Wooly. Goku in Dragon Ball GT is the most interesting Goku has ever been. He said it. I didn't make him say it.
Actually,
shut up! Don't you dare.
I really like teenage Goku with bare feet.
When's that? Like Piccolo?
Piccolo.
Yeah,
right before Piccolo.
That's a cool one.
Yeah.
Because when he gets his fucking ass beat in that part of the manga.
Goku doing the poses.
Yeah.
The real martial arts poses. With
World's
the bare
Strongest.
Feet.
Yeah, I agree.
Real young.
Yeah. That's if they were going to do base Goku, I would have actually preferred that version.
And you never see that one.
No.
You never see that one.
No.
No one even fucking models it.
I completely agree.
We had this week a confirmation that the Bloody Palace will be returning on April 1st.
Yep.
And that's great.
There's a piece of news that I need to discuss on this that I'm going to... There is a significant amount of speculation and data that leads me to believe that there may be more coming on April 1st than Bloody Palace.
Okay.
There are
Some folks were worried about April 1st as a date being a weird date choice.
It's
Foolishness Day.
Hey, Wooly, I'm going to give you a little data mining little tip here.
Okay.
Did you know that the variable for Devil May Cry characters in DMC is 1, 2, and 3? 1's Nero, 2's Dante, and 3's V.
Yeah.
So you could actually just go into the file and change it per level and just play V in Dante's levels. Play Nero in V's levels.
Fine.
Yeah, you can set it to 4. And it works. And everything works. And there's a full move list there.
I'm going to need you to stop right there.
Okay. But April 1st may be bringing more than expected.
Better hurry up. So, that's what's coming then. And
there's also talk of
do you think it's possible that the fact that the Bloody Palace... No, because it wasn't ready. They could have just had it in and let it be a step.
Yeah.
But I was like, could the time frame also be a grace period?
Maybe.
You know?
Maybe. But
yeah, they could have just had it in. And
there's also anyway. A guy who's a pretty prolific leaker and called a lot of the stuff about the final game back at E3. Mm-hmm. Says there's going to be a Ladies' Night DLC.
Yay!
Coming that will be Trish and Lady and Lucia coming someday. That it was in the plans.
Yeah! If real.
I've
been reading that prequel novel.
If real would bring the playable cast up to 7, which is a lot.
You know, my expectations were 3, maybe 4.
Yeah, which is still ridiculous. Because before this, we only got 2.
If you were to go above that number, that would be exceeding my expectations.
Very substantially.
One might say they max acted them. Well,
apparently Lucia really wants Dante's dick.
Yeah, she does.
Thing.
Oh yeah, I read it. She's in there, but it's like, sorry, you've been waiting around all this time, and you're kind of immortal, and you're not really a person.
And he's like, I don't know what sex is.
That sucks. And she's like, you're an idiot, dude. Can you just give it? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, no, but...
Give me that Sparta juice.
But fucking give it, though. And he's like, nah, man,
You'll stab yourself with anything, but you won't stab anyone else.
Yeah. Me and Balrog got to play over here. He cares more about fucking his nunchucks than he does Balrog, by the way, which he whips out and then fucking breaks in that fight.
Seriously?
Yeah.
He breaks Balrog?
He in fighting Balrog in the prequel novel, Dante pulls out Cerberus and breaks it.
Oh, that's what happened.
He shatters Cerberus fighting against Balrog.
Oh, I guess Balrog's pretty cool then.
Yeah. In fact, how cool is Balrog?
He's pretty... hey, you know what? He seems pretty cool.
Yeah. In fact, I wouldn't mind hearing some more Balrog because that's a fun character.
Wait, does that mean Cerberus is dead?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's weird.
I have yet to find out how...
Well, no, I mean, that Cerberus is dead.
Okay, because I don't... Yeah.
Because he gave his soul and it turned into a weapon.
I know Dante has a fucking three-pronged nunchuck in this game, but I haven't seen that part yet, so I don't know how that happens. But the original Cerberus, he pulls it out, and he says, "Hey, puppy, don't worry, I didn't forget about you."
Oh, that's sweet.
And then fights and shatters it.
Oh, no.
While fighting fucking Rog. You know? He snuffs that pupper.
Oh, no.
For some boxing gloves that talk.
Wahoo Pizza.
And you know what? Those talking boxing gloves...
They like to talk.
In fact, they showed up on our subreddit.
What?
And posted a thread because the voice actor for Balrog basically went in, did an AMA, had so much fun talking to the DMC fans that he said, "Okay, I'll record some extra bonus lines for you guys."
He joined the long-standing library of voice actors who go, "Hey, you want to hear some stupid shit?"
And people suggested some lines on the Reddit/Devil May Cry group. So he did some lines, including a custom style announcer.
Yeah.
Which is really great. Jackpot. And the time has come. And so have I.
Yeah.
So he has a bunch of them all available in a little download pack, which, again, really cool that he posted this on our Devil May Cry and then the Best Friends fucking subreddit.
Well, do you know why that is, right?
Because we're the other capital of Devil May Cry.
Well, you know how that happened?
No.
You type in Devil May Cry into the Reddit search bar, and you get our Devil May Cry, and then you get Two Best Friends Play.
Wow. That would explain it.
Yeah, I think we're number 8 for the word Japanese.
Are we the capital of Devil May Cry?
We are the capital of not Devil May Cry, Devil May Cry.
Right.
That's why the subreddit is unusable to you right now.
Yes, this is true, and this is a good reason for that to happen.
Yeah.
That's the best possible reason.
So I don't think we're by any means the biggest DMC fans, but I think what we have done is motivate our following the most effectively.
Motivation is important.
It is important. Now you will feel this subreddit's power.
I love that boy.
He's a good boy.
So, when this came out, what he mentioned alongside of it is, if you've got the PC version, mod that shit in.
Just jam it in there.
Have some fun. Yep. And he even did the effects on it so that it sounds like Balrog.
He put the work in.
He didn't just do it like his normal voice and then say like, go customize this later. Like, he actually put the work in and got it to sound like full Balrog with the effects. So that's fun. And what a cool dude.
Well, nice gesture.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the post I'll put a link to it in the podcast description.
In the thingy.
Yeah. There we go. Right on. Want to know the name? Devil May Cry.
Oh, man. I also found out that Lady's voice actor is the singer for Jump in Mario.
Jump Up Superstar.
Yeah, that's Lady.
Yay!
Isn't that cross-pollination right there?
That's fun.
That's fun.
I guess, speaking of fun.
That's a nice segue. Segue.
Generally speaking, when you want to make a game more fun, you level up.
Can you hold on a second? I'm gonna need to use the washroom for a minute. before this one.
All right, go empty.
I'm gonna empty.
Go empty out. I'll.
Yeah.
I'll run a nonsense one in the meantime.
Yeah.
Or maybe one or two quick ones.
I need to be ready for this.
All right, we're gonna get a quick one out there. Hey, quick one out there. Power Rangers Battle for the Grid. That Power Rangers fighting game. Like, we got some footage of it now. It's that mobile game that's not a mobile game. They put some trailers out. We can take a look at it. It looks like they're making a fighting game. It definitely does look like they're upgrading a mobile game a little bit. It looks like they're upgrading a mobile game a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, but I'll give it a look-see. I'll give it a look-see and see what's going on, because I don't know. Like, we might. I don't know if the system is fun or not, but it looks like a pretty basic ass mobile game, fighting game type thing. I bet you we're seeing auto combos all over the place. I don't know. Hard to say. I think show me a controller, a move list, right? Show me what's going on with how you play and fight in this game in terms of like complexity and simplicity, and I'll be able to tell you a lot. But I'm a fan of Goldar. I like old Rita Repulsa's army. So we're seeing in this trailer as well, like, some really hefty, crazy FGC style Marvel combos. We got like cross-ups and assists that tag in. So like, it seems like there's going to be the kind of nonsense that some Marvel heads are all about. In particular, dirty ass cross-ups. So I want to see where this goes. But yeah, there's definitely an overall feeling though of upgraded mobile game that you can't get away from. Also, shout outs to the fact that instead of saying Green Ranger and Red Ranger, it's saying Jason, Tommy, and so on and so forth. So that's a lot of fun. Yeah, Battle for the Grid. Oh yeah, and they've also got supers that are Megazords fucking coming in to punch and do giant drills. And there's a Dragon Zord tail doing a drill attack and whatnot. So yeah, anyway. So, power. Speaking of power.
Need more.
Power Rangers have lots of power. They've got the power. The power is on their side.
You know it.
Generally, when you play games and you level up and you get better items, they give you more power. And that's where the fun is. When that doesn't happen, it's very strange and one might say confusing to imagine that
nonsensical even
that your game would not allow stronger items to actually make you any stronger.
So, you know what?
Deep down, however, math is telling us that apparently Anthem's loot doesn't matter.
So, Wooly, how deep did you dive in on this?
I read the headline, I skimmed, and I went, "Yep."
Did you assume that I would math this down?
100%.
You were right. Problem is, the math is actually fairly complex.
But isn't the real problem that the math doesn't matter?
So
it's not even that the math is wrong, it's that it doesn't mean anything.
So
the numbers mean nothing.
The answer is no, actually.
The popping up damage numbers are lies.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that. So Fallout 76 has been our punching bag, and I crazy talked this situation by saying Anthem can never be Fallout 76, that it'll be years before there's another Fallout 76, because Fallout 76 is broken head to toe on every level, right?
Yes.
The difference here is that there was one thing Fallout 76 was not actually that broken about, and it was its core design, because its core design was just lifted from the existing Fallout games, right?
Yes.
You roam around, you shoot a gun. It's just that every technical aspect of the game was broken. It really needs to be stated at the beginning of this conversation that the problems that we are about to discuss with Anthem...
People are calling crazy talk, and I don't know why.
Whatever. By design. These are not technical issues. These are design mistakes. So
the tip of the iceberg was that the default gun is stronger than the strongest masterwork you could ever create.
So the reason for that is that because guns in their rarity are given certain power values, and those power values are to be added into the equation for your total power, thus determining the amount of damage you do, and that the damage numbers are actually associated with an arbitrary constant associated with that instead of the real damage being done. The nuts and bolts of this is that the starter gun by itself turned out to be doing more damage than anything, despite the numbers saying otherwise. Now, the deal with this was that the numbers appear to be scaling off of the stated damage values of the gun, but people have reverse designed this. The reason why the starter gun is so strong is so that lower level players can play in games with higher level players and not get blown back. And instead of associating this to the output of stats from your gun, character, ability, whatever, they just decided to make the starter gun the highest the internalized, like, hidden number could go. One, I play a lot of loot games and shooters, right?
Correct.
I played Borderlands. I played Warframe. I played Diablo. Everyone knows how to do this. You say how many people are in the game? 2. There are 2 players. Okay. You normalize their output, right? You normalize the output of the enemies, and then you fudge it a little bit so enemies don't just die instantly.
I'm level 99.
I'm level 1. You have a curve to scale it. If the levels are too far apart, the session's just not going to work very well because there's only so weak you can make the enemies, yada, yada, yada. Every game deals with it differently, but you normalize the statistical output that comes out of your character. They've decided instead to normalize your character. On top of that, it was then discovered after that the level 1 rifle was the best gun in the game, bar none. It would kill almost any enemy in 4 hits instead of 6. That was the number of shots was the determining factor, because of course it is. That's the real damage. The game has no stats. So the game does not have a stat sheet for you to look at. You know where you'd see your paper doll and your stats? Doesn't have one. That's suspicious.
Yeah, the guns have numbers.
The guns have numbers, but nothing else. Right? So they went, okay. Well, what if we start pulling off more shit? What happens? Turns out, the level 1 gun, if it's the only thing equipped on your character, now shoots up to stronger than anything in the game. It's not just the best. This is the most damage you can possibly do.
Ever.
Because
wearing equipment...
Yes.
Normalizes that number.
It's even dumber than that.
Based on... Okay.
It's even stupider. So in a normal game, and I'm fudging the math for explanation purposes, say, Wooly, you have 5 pieces of armor. Your head, your chest, your arms, your legs, and your feet, right?
Yes.
Say you're naked.
Yes.
Right? In Dark Souls. That means you'll have a defense of 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1. That means you have a defense of 5.
Depraved.
Right? Depraved. You'll get a piece of helmet. Now your armor is 20 on the helmet, so now you have a defense of 24, right?
Yes.
Fair enough. That means your defense stat is now 24.
24, that's
Got
the
it,
number.
Right? If you need to normalize it or give a succinct power level, which is what these games do, they give you an item level, they would give you the item level of all your things averaged.
Yes.
So the average of 20, 1, 1, 1, and 1 would be what? 7 or 8 or whatever the fuck, right? In Anthem, when you don't have anything equipped in the stat, it doesn't give you a value of 1 or 0 or 5. It doesn't count the slot at all and removes divisors from the equation.
So your average becomes the only thing on your equipment, which is the highest possible value
in the game
of the strongest possible gun.
The value it actually is 75. The items range in value from 35 to 75. That's the range they go for. The weakest is 35.
Being naked should cost you
being naked
a 0 slot or a 1 point slot.
So let's say you have 5. I'm going to just do the math right now. Say you have 5 pieces of armor. I don't know what it is in Anthem, but say you have 5, right?
Yes.
And the gun is one of them.
Yes.
Right? 75 plus 35 plus 35 plus 35 plus 35 is equal to 215 divided by 5 equals a power level of 43, which people are actually reporting with all the masterwork shit.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But what if you took all those other pieces off? You would now have a power level of 75.
Right.
Which is more than the game is even equipped to handle.
Right. So taking that 75 and let's say you had 0 equipment.
Yeah.
You would add plus 0, plus 0, plus 0, plus 0
divided
by 5,
and then you would get
75 divided by 5,
which would be 15.
But in this case,
it's not even counting them.
So you just get 75.
So unless you have something that is just as strong as the strongest item you have, you should unequip it. Which makes the gear system completely pointless, as the only piece of gear that matters for any character is the single highest piece of gear they have, and because everyone gets the strongest item in the game due to statistical foibles in the level 1 rifle, it makes the entire game actually pointless. Every single element of the game feeds into a completely top to bottom designed wrong loot system, and thus the whole game is pointless. In fact, the way the math works on it, as you level up and get better gear, you get weaker over time because of the way of the division works.
This is the master botch. This is the pinnacle. There is no botch bigger than this. There's no bug bigger than this.
So it's funny because Fallout 76 is a billion technical issues, right? This is 2 or 3 design problems that are... Because remember when we were talking and you were like, they've turned games around, right? And I was being a little too harsh on it. They have to redo the whole game over.
The video game doesn't...
They have to do the whole game over.
The video game doesn't work. It's not that it doesn't work. It's that
it's pointless.
It doesn't... There's no game.
And in order to obfuscate these problems, they associated the number that pops up off of enemies with an arbitrary, behind-the-scenes constant to fudge damage numbers.
What does it look like when you take all your armor off?
I don't know.
It's just
I've been looking at the math. I don't care about the game.
Because is it coincidentally hilarious to go... I guess it's just the basics.
Yeah, but it means right? Basic, but like generic armor... With the generic gun
naked
next to the God King with the flowing cape and all that shit.
That's what I'm saying. It's like being depraved, being naked with a fucking stick is the best build in the world.
Yeah, he's radiating damage and Artorias is standing there like a fucking... Oh my god.
Although I'm guessing like you just also... But like that's just damage output.
Yeah.
Versus it's not you taking hits and defense is a whole other thing.
I don't even know. But the main crux of this is damage output, right? There's also a
furtive pigmy, so easily forgotten.
There's also a bunch of bugs in the game where you can cancel your ult and give yourself infinite health regeneration, but that's just a bug. But like
that's
they would
that's the master. But like,
they have to redesign every single numerical element of the entire game, of the whole game. They have to redesign how things drop, at what rates. They have to redesign how guns interact with enemy information, how they are
yeah.
It like Destiny came out and was fucked up, but this is the next level. There is no level beyond this.
I said it before, but it bears repeating now that we've like elaborated. Originally, it was just the gun was too strong, and now this is another level of that.
Yeah.
This is the evolution. This is the fucking you put a stone. You touch the stone to that bug.
Yeah.
And it evolved.
Yeah.
This is 1,000. Like I've never smelt the scent more of multiple A-class bugs being patch fixed quickly before release.
Yeah.
Like band-aids over band-aids on critical issues that are deep within the game. Like the fact that the entire normalizing solution and the fact that it's localized to your body in this type of way, like that was because something was found to be horribly busted before that, and the numbers before that were found to be inaccurate, so we have to make them more accurate.
Just fudge it so they look right.
And that happened to be before that when we did show you your character's your character's values. And
they were nonsense.
So we have to hide those because there's no benefit to showing you numbers that don't mean anything. Because before that, we tried to make the numbers work and they didn't. So it was easier to just, you know what I mean? Like, you're seeing a rolling cascade down a pigeonhole of one issue being overcorrected that it completely forgets the rest of the game's design in the process of fixing that one problem.
It's beyond not learning from other games' mistakes in this genre. They're inventing new types of mistakes.
Yeah. You're pioneering new.
This has never happened. I have played almost every single one of these types of games to ever come out, and I've never encountered this.
It's incredible. That's actually incredible. Wow.
And I would like to add one little tidbit that I can only go into so much. A lot of people are saying, man, this game was in 6 years of development. I can't believe it came out like this. Okay, two things. One, this version of the game was assuredly not actually in development for 6 years.
No.
This is...
Said it last time.
Yeah. However, I have... Look at me real close. I have strong suspicions that the game is actually much older than 6 years. Much older than you could possibly think. And which makes it even more disastrous.
Someone's definitely been thinking about javelins for a long time.
Quite possibly.
Well,
and that's all I have to say on that matter until the next one. I don't even know what they could break now. They've broken people's consoles. They've broken. How is this another story after it kills your console?
How do you hold my beer, Fallout 76?
Fallout 76 didn't break people's hardware. It just sucks.
In a fraction of the time, because Fallout 76 was happening like that. That ship was sinking for months. This is new.
And wow, good on
14 days.
You know, clap for Ubisoft because they're mopping it up with Division. I played Division on Sunday. I had a queue to get in. I wonder why.
Well,
it's created a new form of beer to hold.
Hold my keg.
Yeah. Javelins can hold real big kegs.
Yeah.
Because they're strong.
Yeah, they're going to have to work wonders to pull themselves out of that hole.
They put out a community letter that's like, we're here for the long haul, and it addressed, like, literally nothing.
Speaking of being here for the long haul...
Thank you.
No Man's Sky Beyond.
Apparently this is going to add multiplayer.
So, after No Man's Sky Next came out, I didn't hear about it, but there was an underwater update.
Yeah, there was.
That got dropped, adding like fucking
underwater shit.
Yeah, swim play. Adding water sports to the.
Why do you do this?
And
why?
And so anyway, yeah, they basically just went, yo, like, we're putting in actual MMO-ness to the game, but it's not an MMO.
Yeah, just like Warframe's not an MMO.
It's not an MMO.
And Destiny's not an MMO, and it's just connected. And Devil May Cry's not an MMO.
It's a shared
experience.
Interactive experience.
You know, like Dark Souls. Fuck off.
New social and multiplayer experience, empowering players to blah, da, 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 da. So yeah, now you can actually run into people in No Man's Sky. So it seems like the game that was promised is finally actually going to exist.
Maybe not with this one, but it appears that they're just going to keep working on this.
Yeah,
until they die.
Well, so it appears that like in a very strong bid to not be known as Molyneux 2 or Molly 2.
That's a different thing.
It's a different thing.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. It would have been great in this context, but it doesn't work. It like to not go down as another Peter Molyneux.
Yeah.
it looks like Hello Games is going to be building up to the promise.
Yeah.
Whether it kills them or not.
So you'll be able to say, yeah, we
eventually got there.
They did a bunch of big lies, but they did work their asses off and get there eventually.
They got there eventually.
That's the shrugging. I guess that's as good as you can get, right?
The turtle crossed the finish line. Cool.
Yeah. I hopped in No Man's Sky a little while ago, about 6-7 months ago, and it was much improved.
I have respect for the games that have insane tail ends in development. I just obviously always hope that they have a practical business solution.
Let me tell you about the new energy colors in Warframe.
Mm-hmm.
You make it purple and green.
If you've got a practical business solution that lets you tail end a game forever, sure, man, do what you got to do. You know, do what Rock Band should have done.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of infinite tail ends, Yacht Club announces something that is not Shovel Knight.
What? Get out of town.
I will shortly when I go to PAX. But before then, they announced this
for PAX.
So I'll find out
appropriate.
What's going on. But this is not developed by Yacht Club. It's published by Yacht Club.
Okay.
There's nothing but a screenshot.
It's a dope-looking screenshot, though.
Of a cool-looking silhouette with a sword looking over a destroyed post-apocalyptic city.
And it's blue.
And there's a piece of text on their tweet that says something along the lines of, like, the shadow stands looking over the city. Or something like that.
Sekiro demastered.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
who the fuck knows, man? Some cool new shit.
I like Yacht Club a lot.
I do, and they've only done one thing, and they killed it.
Well, I feel like Plague and Spectre and King Knight, like those are all. I feel like they're separate things. They deserve their own commendations.
They've only made one world.
Yeah.
And they've killed it.
Yeah.
Cool. We'll find out soon. Although, again, not developed, published.
Yeah.
So that's coming soon.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I could go for like a Yacht Club developed like side-scrolling ninja game.
Not developed.
See, they fooled me. See that? Did you see that? Did you see how that worked? God damn it. I could go for a Yacht Club developed ninja game. Did it again. The power of the logo. Still don't get Yacht Club, though.
I mean, do you want to just talk about the trailer? Because I wasn't going to...
Which trailer?
Sekiro? Like, I didn't docket it. It's just a new trailer.
What? What are you talking about?
I thought you were going, like, speaking of ninja games...
Nah, man.
Okay, well...
It's a good trailer. There's a probably... How do I put this? There's the most interesting, mundane enemy I've ever seen in that. Because it's just a bull with a timber strapped to its horns that is burning on both ends, making the boar very upset. Sorry, the bull very upset.
That wasn't even what that was cool. What got me was the other trailer where you're fighting some cool enemy, and then it jumps onto a fucking string that you can only see in the reflection.
Oh yeah, light. Grandma Bat or whatever.
And I go, oh, this fight just went from like a 7 to an 11. Like that aspect.
Yeah, and it's like a 90-year-old lady too.
Walking,
she's very grandma.
That was fucking beautiful. I'm like, that looks sick already, right? Like walking on the ropes, walking on the anime ropes. Hell yeah, all about that. Anyway, no, I was actually gonna say that the striking while the iron's fucking
whatever,
you know, not even real. Like,
dude,
what is the iron,
dude?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Dragon's Dogma animated series coming to Netflix. Capcom, I think this is Capcom jumping the gun on Devil May Cry and just assuming it's already going to be a huge success and just going, fuck it, let's just get the rest in. Let's get this going. And I bet you, they're talking to someone about Monster Hunter, even though the live action movie is happening.
So, one, they really should have talked to somebody about Monster Hunter before Dragon's Dogma.
You think?
Yeah, I do. And the other thing, as a big-ass fan of Dragon's Dogma, it's just a Berserk ripoff in the story department, and the story is weird and badly told. So, like, this is Capcom wants a generic fantasy anime. This is dark.
I mean, Cygames can do it.
Yeah, but that's it.
Yeah.
Like, nobody cares about Dragon's Dogma because of the dragon or the dogma.
I heard it stole their hearts.
Yeah, it did. They care about it because it's a cool game. You do stingers to goblins.
Yeah. Weird. Really weird. Never would have expected generic, fantasy-looking generic thing to go that way. Although... you said that it gets more of an identity with that extra content.
Yeah.
So
I should mention that Dragon's Dogma 2 is basically coming after DMC 5.
Right.
Like, Itsuno gave an interview a little while ago and was like, yeah, I could either make DMC 5 or Dragon's Dogma 2, and DMC 5 needed it more. So, yep.
Well,
and it's like, okay.
Itsuno said a lot of things prior to DMC 5
That's
coming
true.
out.
He did say a lot of things, didn't he? You know who else says a lot of things?
Ruben Langdon.
I love that I've been pushing the narrative that voice actors don't give a fuck. Then we have Guy Seehee blow open his own fucking PR for the game he's working on a day before its announcement. And then we get, every couple of weeks, we get, hey, voice actor says a bunch of shit they probably shouldn't have. So now it's Ruben Langdon's turn. Mr. Alien Conspiracy himself, Mr. Dante. Mr. Wahoo Woohoo Crazy Pizza
living in the flesh. Hideaki Itsuno wanted to resign after DMC Devil May Cry, says Dante's voice actor.
Yeah, so Matt Walker of Capcom came out to clarify some of these statements.
He did.
And Ruben sounds like he kind of hurt them secondhand, honestly. But the gist of what I can gather from both of these combined is that Itsuno did not feel he had a place at Capcom after the DMC reboot. Now, apparently that is not because he hated it. And
clearly he did not.
If you play the actual DMC 5, he did not.
He clearly did not.
There is a bunch of stuff from that game in DMC 5. There's clearly good ideas that were there that were cribbed for this game.
Yep.
But he felt like he just didn't have any desire to remain at Capcom. And the part of Ruben's story that Matt Walker doesn't detract in any way is Capcom was like, no, we need you. What do you want? We will give you anything you want. What do you want? Just tell us what you want. And he's so, okay.
And he says, look at Marvel. You know what I want. And they're like, PlayStation All-Stars? And he said, Marvel! Look at it! Do you see what I did there? And they're like, okay. And they let him make his dream game.
And then they were like, apparently he asked for...
power. He give me more power.
He asked for Devil May Cry 5 and to be left the fuck alone with its development and budget.
Yes.
And Ruben implies that that is not all he asked for and that he got everything he could have ever wanted.
One might assume that the DLC plans, possibly, or lack thereof, might have been in those demands.
Sure. It's very likely that for at least one more project, Itsuno has a metaphorical golden ticket to do with as he pleases at that company. And considering the track record that has been happening at Capcom, where the old team that wants survival horror to come back, RE7's success. The crazy internal super fans that go, come on, let us do remake, come on. Massive success. The creator that's like, just let me make my fucking game, guys. Massive success. The Monster Hunter dude who's like, we need to put this on fucking consoles. God damn it. The biggest success ever in the history of Capcom. It looks like Capcom has, and Wooly, you said it a long time ago, and you've said it multiple times, you were 100% right. Capcom's internal talent is second only to Nintendo in terms of just people they got there that make it the good game. There's no question.
Straight up.
And they just appear to be letting them make whatever the fuck they want, and they're just rolling in it. Just Scrooge McDuck into the pile of golding it.
Some people seem to be under the impression that like we were in a timeline where Devil May Cry was dead and that was just the end of it, right? And to be fair,
it felt like that for a while.
That's how it felt for a long time, right? Now here's the thing. Let me introduce you to what I call a power nightmare timeline.
Okay. Power nightmare.
This is the timeline where Itsuno leaves and does his thing. Devil May Cry is not dead.
Instead,
right?
it's
and you're not getting another shitty reboot, but what you're getting is Reboot Part 2, where it's actually a solid game, except we continue with the Reboot universe. So gameplay wise, it's totally great.
Yeah. But we're stuck with those awful characters.
But you're in Dino Land forever.
Oh, that's a power nightmare for real.
That is the actual place we were heading.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
You know, you wait long enough and the sequel will happen.
And it'll be good.
That's the fucking power nightmare.
Oh, I don't like it.
And the gameplay is awesome.
But it's Dante or Dino.
Forever.
Oh, no. I don't like that.
Yep.
That's awful.
Yep. So
I'm very excited for Dragon's Dogma 2.
Yeah.
Anime notwithstanding.
Oh, Ruben,
why were you in South America to get shot at? What were you doing down there?
Working on his Royal Guard.
He was apparently filming a documentary about the truth.
Humanity.
Let's say the truth. Wahoo woohoo pizza.
Searching for Sparta. We can give a couple shout outs to some new announced games.
Yeah, let's give some shout outs.
New announced games. Solar Ash Kingdom.
What an amazing goddamn name.
From the people that brought you Hyper Light Drifter.
There's a short trailer. It looks good, but there's not much known other than, hey, Hyper Light Drifter was one of my favorite games ever.
Main character is Art.
I thought it was the Drifter for a second.
World is Art.
Yeah.
Music is Art. Heart Machine
continues to art at you.
And yeah, that's it. Just it's a very brief, like 1 minute teaser, I'd say,
of like what looks like the Hyper Light Drifter art style turned into 3D.
In 3D, exactly.
I really like this. This art style is becoming more common, where everything is super flat.
Yeah,
I really dig it.
Yeah. You're it's like Rhyme and The Witness,
Hob too.
There's a couple of games that have this sort of look to them that's really, really satisfying. Less so The Witness, but like clearly 3D, but still very like flat, and a lot of things are gradients.
Yeah, I really dig it.
Cool main character skates down a mountain and jumps to fucking stab a big old eyeball. Solar Ash Kingdom.
What a great name.
What and just like that, a naming convention has been created.
Lunar Ash Kingdom, like
no, like Hyper Light Drifter. Solar Ash Kingdom.
I see.
But just like that, all of your games are now this, or the not, maybe not, but it'd be cool, you know.
Yeah.
And then you could make a little trilogy of but.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how you know a Bond movie's like name,
because it's a weird phrase,
just based on the way the phrasing is exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that's fucking sick. Shout out to Alex Preston. We got the trailer for there's this that Kickstarter popped up for this thing called this game called Mass Builder. MASS Builder.
I did not see this. Hey, that's a robot.
That's a robot. It's a mecha thing. Pretty early looking stages right now, but it's a cool robot that fights against some things that look like they're the enemies from Twilight Princess a little bit.
That's a weird mix, but okay.
And you mecha fight these things, and you use your like
sword arm,
like Gundam Virtuon.
It's a robot game.
Yeah, it's a robot game, and you robot.
Oh, he shot the missiles.
And then you can customize with tons of parts. And you can put it all together, and you're gonna fucking get.
Well, if I didn't know better, you'd be coming off like a mecha fan right now.
Well, I like robots, and there's a lot of robot parts you can put on your thing. So, Mass Builder is on Kickstarter if you want to check it out. MASS is an acronym for something. I don't know what it is. Yeah, they're looking for 42K Canadian.
Oh, that's quite low.
So it's not that high. But there you go.
One of you rich people listening could fund that all yourself.
Or just,
or you could, give it to us. You could do that.
Take a look. See if
that's always an option.
There's a thing that happened in China called Project Chinese Hero.
Okay.
Or Project China Hero. It was a PlayStation event where they had a roundup of a bunch of Chinese developed games. And there was some interesting stuff shown off. Some artsy looking stuff.
Yeah.
And then some wacky looking stuff like FIST.
Nice.
So, in particular, FIST is being described as a diesel punk Metroidvania.
That sounds fucking cool.
That's a mouthful. You are a rabbit.
I do appreciate the just random word in front of the word punk. Like I remember Monster Hunter being described as cave punk.
Yeah.
Diesel punk. It conjures a fairly specific image.
If that image is Final Fantasy VII, then you are correct.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because the opening shot of this trailer,
shit! That is just Midgar.
Is just Midgar. And you got a bunch of furry animal anthropomorphic bunnies living in this world.
Fuck yeah.
Very, very Midgar.
Give me that shit. Give me that bunny Midgar.
Street lights are neon, and they're dropping sparks on things. They're flickering.
No actual sense, but
they're flickering. There's trains and grime everywhere.
Oh my god, this is just like the FF7 intro with bunnies.
Yeah.
This is really overt.
And
it's really, really on the nose.
And what you've got is a main character that is Usagi Yojimbo-looking motherfucker.
Of course he is.
With a giant robotic fist, not on his hands, but on his back as a third arm.
Cool.
And that fist can punch things, and so you go through this side-scrolling
wow, you're
adventure.
Really punching the fuck out of those bunny people.
You beat the shit out of them as you side-scroll through this diesel punk world.
But I want to pet the bunny.
He doesn't seem to like being pet.
Oh, man.
Anyway, so the trailer kind of shows off how you can zip through guys, air combo them, big fist powers. Eventually, you get to a boss-type thing. And, it looks like it's going to be a fun game. Yeah, FIST. And then there's a little stinger at the end of the trailer where
just show a leg.
Well, no, actually, I'm like, where else is this gonna go? And you see your little rabbit boy gets hit, and he gets back up, and he turns his big old fist into a drill.
Of course he does.
So that fist is gonna become all kinds of weapons, and that looks pretty juicy. I like it.
Yeah,
I like it. I like Diesel Punk.
Yeah, it's a good name. I like it.
I like Diesel Punk Metroidvania.
Games business seems like particularly astute in coming up with like descriptors, like new descriptors for genres.
Last quickie. What's Turtle Rock up to?
I don't know. Boy, I sure hope it's Left 4 Dead because I don't give a shit about anything else.
Well, good news.
What?
It's not Left 4 Dead.
Oh.
It's Back 4 Blood.
All right. Okay.
Back 4 Blood. Co-op zombie first-person shooter. Coming to everything.
The fact that they're making this under WB and not Valve is like actually fucking fuck Valve. Fuck them.
So, it's being the quote is, it's being designed up from the ground up as an original premium title.
Sure. Whatever you say, buddy.
Which you've got to say nowadays. And it's basically they're basically saying they're taking everything we learned from Left 4 Dead and we're doing it again, but we're doing it modern day.
Playing Left 4 Dead is some of the best times I've ever had in a game. Those games were astonishing. They're so amazing.
I had a weird thing. You know what? Here's to be fair. I never played 2, right? Mm-hmm. But I played 1. I did a few runs of it.
Yeah.
Had fun. Felt completely satisfied.
Yeah.
Never really wanted to go back in.
For me, I played the co-op a few times per stage, and then 99% of my Left 4 Dead time was spent entirely in the versus mode. And every zombie shooter that came out that didn't have a versus mode, I'm like, I don't care. I want to jump on people with the hunter. I want to yank people with the smoker. That's what I want to do.
Reloading.
Pills here, man.
Zoe, watch your ass. Yeah. It was fun. But then I was done.
Yeah.
But a lot of people real happy to see, although that name is terrible.
It's quite bad.
That is an atrocious name.
Good thing they told us it was a premium new title, because otherwise I would have thought that was a mobile game.
Yeah, and it almost sounds like it's a name that's named. It's almost like the studio is telling you its intentions as opposed to the game's name itself.
Yeah.
Back 4 Blood, but yeah, co-op zombie title on the way. Zombies pretty overdone. Creative zombie classes
never overdone.
Still fun. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, you gotta, first of all, there's no, it gotta be electronic letter, electronic mail, and then you gotta go to your email client. It's probably Gmail. Hit in the two-part, send it to at fucking Castle Super Beast Mail at gmail.com. That's Castle Super Beast Mail at gmail.com. Then Willie will look at him, probably on his phone, maybe on a laptop. He'll skim them. He'll see one that has an interesting topic, or just a pile of shit. Then he'll read it a little bit like this.
Dear Lord Scream Beasts.
Hey, what up, man?
When I was listening to your discussion regarding how seeing some of your products affected people's health prompted you guys to stay away, I was reminded of one of my old friends in middle school who drank Monster every day.
Yeah.
Got so bad to the point where in high school he literally had a small heart attack and now has heart palpitations.
Cool.
Has to be careful with what he eats. It's prompted me to cut down on Monster significantly as I was heading down that road. Wanted to share the story. Keep it real. Get motivated. Daniel. Thank you.
I ain't ever getting heart palpitations from Red Bull. Suck it, Monster. I'm going to drink 10 of these just to spite that heart palpitation.
Hey, work it off for the workout.
Yeah.
No, don't work out and energy drink at the same time. That's bad.
Yeah, it's actually quite bad for you. Monster sucks.
Apartment subpar pets.
Yo, what up? I don't quite get that one, but I'll live.
Kira here, longtime fan. First time Wooly bothered to look at my email.
Nice.
After the announcement of the EVO lineup and notable absence of Melee, my first reaction was to look at Melee players bitch and moan.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, most of the Melee players gladly accepted that they weren't on the main stage and remained level-headed.
That's true.
There were a specific set of negative comments that I couldn't help but laugh at, however.
Yes.
These were people complaining about how Samsho and Eunice paid their way into EVO and that it was a mockery of the dedication Melee has, while insanely insulting to the dedication of the Unist community. The idea that SNK and French Bread had the money to pay people off to bribe their way into EVO was hilarious and shows how unaware a lot of Melee is regarding other communities. After all that, my question is, have you ever seen someone display such a level of ignorance or lack of knowledge that you couldn't help but laugh? Keep up the 4-hour podcast. Hope we can get to 5. The God Kira. For anyone mad, I'm also a Smash player.
I live on the internet, brah. I see that shit daily.
Well, step one, Samsho was probably actually, like...
If not in cash, but in influence.
Like, sorry, but this is probably that. It was very likely that this brand new, non-existent game, that from a revised franchise that we have no guarantees on, probably was a deal
of some sort.
Unist, however, that's absurd, and yes, that's laughable to think that French bread money got that slot. You know, what's real fun is seeing a ton of FGC players switch over to Unist for the first time ever.
Oh yeah,
where basically which pretty much guarantees that it confirms that the Evo lineup will change the conversation.
Yeah.
Right. Some people will follow that, and
it's an interesting topic because the argument of whether or not language is descriptive or proscriptive, whether language should just simply describe or inform. It's funny because I look at Evo, and it is that argument. Should Evo describe what is currently played, or should it proscribe suggestions as to what should be looked at? French bread's inclusion with Unist is like, hey guys. Well, maybe take a look at Unist.
Is Evo a community-run event, or is it a privately run event?
I don't know. Because I think the real answer, it is privately run by members of the community.
Guess what?
What?
I don't know either. At one point in time, it was definitely the former.
Yeah.
It's hard to say where it's at this point.
It's very complex.
But that would basically be your answer, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That being said, I'm so happy to see Unist get that attention. And I'm really happy that prior to this event, like around late last year, I basically went, why am I not playing Undernight? This game looks great. It's very fun to play. There's characters I think are awesome in it. It's full of gibberish that makes me laugh. I should really start playing Undernight. And I went to a couple of meetups and asked some of the guys to show me how to play Undernight, and they did. And I had a really good time with it. And I was like, this game fucking deserves it. And that's when I started talking about it again.
Yeah.
And it seems like somehow the timelines made this game, besides my random spark of just out of nowhere, fucking this thing. Yeah. Right? And then the tutorials that are great. It got shouted out for being one of the best tutorials in fighting games ever.
Yep.
And suddenly now it's just everyone's going, fucking Undernight Emperor.
Unist.
Right?
Even Solid Snake told people to play Unist.
He did. Though it was through Cameo. So,
It was also really weird.
Yeah. Solid Snake's ass cheeks are dummy thick.
They're very thick. They're alerting the guards.
So, anyway... Yeah, to answer your question, however, things that are so stupid that what was it? Was it like
they make you laugh?
Yeah,
stupid and ignorant.
The level of ignorance that the lack of knowledge can help make you laugh. To this day, and I know some folks are probably just let it go, and I'm like, it's never been more let go. But the idea is still insanely hilarious to me that Microsoft would pay us for Killer Instinct type. Back when the Xbox was first coming out as the Xbox One. Like, the idea that excitement for the game we love because it's Killer Instinct and it turns out it's really fun and a good fighter, which it became, was like the anti-Xbox sentiment at the time, which shifted so hard at the time, was like, fuck this console. If you love it, you gotta be on the payroll. It's like, man, the hive mind is hilarious.
Yeah, dude.
And now that it's so long forgotten. It's so long. We're so far beyond that point that no one who was angry about that even remembers being in that position.
Oh, I know.
But like the whole you gotta be shilling. There's no way this fighting game on this console is actually fun. And it's like I can't get. I
have a recent one.
I was in the crosshairs for that one.
I have a recent one which really cracked me up because when I was playing Ace Combat, and I got to JPEG Dog.
Yep.
That kind of went viral. In fact, I just saw an interview with the developers talking about it.
Yeah.
And apparently it's not a JPEG Dog. It's actually video. The dog was just stone still when they told it to sit because it was just so well behaved, which is wild, and I don't believe it because it's two different dogs in those shots.
So an interviewer asked them about
dog. What's up with and they're like, is it a JPEG? I'm like, no, and it describes the developer as getting frustrated, going, no, of course it's not JPEG. That's ridiculous.
This is
like that's reach, right? That's stupid.
This is like the Morrigan sprite story.
Oh yeah, it totally is. And that guy's probably fucking pissed that the work he put in is being known as JPEG dog, and that's my fault. But when that clip started to make the rounds, I would go and look and like, oh wow, it showed up here. Oh wow, it showed up here. And there was a fairly consistent reaction of, number one, who the fuck is this? I hate them. That's fair. Right? 2, look at this motherfucker playing it up. Nobody laughs like that. It's just a stupid dog. This is so ridiculous and fake and dumb. And because I'm laughing really hard. And I do my little girl laugh when I'm doing it, like,
but nobody knows our sense of humor,
right?
Right.
And like, oh my god, how are you guys falling for this? It's typical streamer playing it up. What a bunch of crap. Ugh. And I'm like, do you never laugh really hard at anything in your life, motherfucker? And not once?
No, they're just used to the Twitch game, which is full of that.
Yeah, I guess, but it's like just the knowledge, it is like, do you ever see something so ignorant it makes you laugh? Like, yes, when somebody is telling me, the person who was laughing, that I was faking it,
right,
that's pretty funny.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
And also, get fucked, that stupid video clip got to the developers and now they're mad at me.
I'm sure there's other great examples, but that's more than fine. That's more than fine. Let's take.
Like, I'm sure there's people that would like look at your like laugh. Like if we'd been playing Parasite Eve live with a camera, they would have seen you rolling around on the fucking ground laughing like a hyena.
Yeah,
like, look at this motherfucker.
I was on the ottoman.
Yeah, you were like struggling to get off the floor.
I was on the like yeah.
You're like, oh, look at this face. Like, come on, man.
Dear Castle Super Beast, this isn't a question, but just generally a weird, fucked up, strange thing that I think you might enjoy knowing. Oh, wait, hold on. Someone listening to this is probably thinking to themselves, wait, what the fuck is the Morrigan sprite story? Damn it, do I have to go post on the subreddit to ask what this is because I'm new and I missed it?
We haven't told it in like 2 years.
So that's good enough to reboot it for the kids.
All right, hey kids.
Back in the day, I was on a forum. On this forum were all kinds of fun fighting game people. Shoutouts to Higher Voltage. You guys are great. I miss you, even though you're kind of still around in a weird way. Me and Matt would post on this forum. Sometimes we'd have some great times with it. It was always a fucking blast. Just fighting games and perverts.
That's High Voltage.
Yeah, well... Herv for short, and we were Herverts.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, lots of fun things happened back there, including the Kerry Hoskins appreciation thread, which the actress that played Sonya Blade then showed up in the thread and was like, "What up?" And we're like, "Oh," so there was all kinds of fun people that would hang out, including the capoeirista who learned from the guy that played Eddie Gordo and who went on to be a mocap dude for Capcom. And so he was doing mocap for Capcom, and in particular, he got hired to go over to Japan and do mocap for Devil May Cry 3.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he was working on Dante's Awakening, he got to meet some of this Japanese staff, and he's a big fighting game fan. And he asked about at the time CVS was coming out, right? And he's like, how come he's a big fan of fighting games. He got to meet one of the guys. He met an artist, and he found out he's the artist that like did sprites for Capcom versus SNK.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, he loved this game. It's beautiful. Your work is amazing. I've been such a fan for so long. Thank you so much and everything. I'm really curious about how come Morrigan still appears as she did in Vampire in the first game.
This ancient sprite.
As opposed to everyone else in that game, because every time Morrigan has showed up in any game, despite the fact that everything else looks newer and shiny, she's still in that old form.
Sprite from like 97.
It's actually a fun joke amongst me and my friends online.
The Morrigan sprite, haha.
And the guy kind of looked at him and had a pained smile expression on his face and went, I see, yes, yes, very difficult. Very difficult. And walked away. And he was like, oh shit, did I just insult this guy? I hope I didn't. But clearly he was not happy about the fact that his work and the Morrigan sprite are still being used all these years later on the project. So, I mean, there was a fucking Street Fighter 4 mod where someone made a giant polygonal version of it.
It was like a couple inches thick.
And just dropped it into the game as one of the greatest running gags ever. And that was fucking fantastic. But needless to say, they know. They knew, you know? Yeah, anyway.
You know what it reminds me of? You know how in those old Disney movies, how there's some elements that are traced, like Baloo and Mowgli dancing and like Robin Hood and Miriam dancing, and they're clearly traced on from earlier movies because corporate, told, hey, just fucking trace over it. It's cheaper, right?
Yeah.
Watch a documentary about that, and there's a couple of those animators still alive. It's like, it's more expensive to trace it over. It's way, way more expensive because it's so hard to get the trace right.
Yeah.
Instead of just making, but every fucking day we tell the assholes in the suits, this is so fucking expensive. Let's just make a new, like, no, just trace it. It's cheaper.
Rotoscope your own animation.
Yeah, that was like the whole conversation over and over and over for
as
years and
opposed
years and
to
years.
like live action footage.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Just
okay.
fucking trace it. It's cheaper. No, I'm telling you. I can do it faster if I just do whatever. Like over and over and over and over.
That's amazing. Derek says, Castle Super Beast, this isn't a question, but I just generally think a weird fucked up thing that's strange, and I think you might enjoy knowing it.
Yeah, man.
When I was in middle school, my older brother had his first kid. He named his son Dante, after DMC's Dante.
All right.
I know this because it's what he told me.
Yeah.
But he used the cover story of it being a Bible thing to convince his wife that the name was a good idea.
It's not a Bible thing.
It is completely not a Bible thing.
It's not a Bible thing. So he could have
Dante Alighieri is not biblical, but she bought it.
Sure.
He knew she wouldn't let the name fly if it was specifically from a video game character.
Oh my god! How can you... Come on! This is playing with fire. This is playing with fucking fire, man.
Chapter 2.
Oh man.
Fast forward again to present day. I had just finished. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. Chapter 2. Fast forward 4 years later.
Oh, fucking.
And my brother has another son. This time, obviously, he wants to name the kid Virgil.
Oh my god.
After some intense back and forth.
Oh my god.
Along with my younger brother ratting out that our older brother was naming kids after video game characters.
You fucking bitch. Why would you do that?
Virgil was shot down, and the kid was named Gabriel, an actual Bible thing instead.
Yeah.
Fast forward to present day. I just finished DMC 5 the night before.
Yeah.
And I asked him how he was progressing with it, only for him to tell me that he had not bought the game, and he thought it looked too slow, boring, and that every combat encounter looked like a chore. He then started to sing praises of the current game he was playing, Anthem. Not judging my older brother for this, tastes can change, but to me, it's so absurdly weird to see someone whose fandom for a thing was so intense that they named their own children after the characters, not even try the newest one, especially since he's the one who introduced me to DMC when I was 7. The fact that he gave it up for Anthem is just icing on the cake. Again, don't really have a question, just a thought I would share this bizarre happenstance with you all. Keep doing what you do.
There's a Simpsons moment for this. Homer talks about how tattoos are a way to remember something that you love forever. He rolls up his sleeve and sees Starland Vocal Band. What? But they suck! Right? If I was a kid that was named after a game character only to grow up into my dad saying that game sucks and he doesn't care anymore, that, I don't know what that's an issue, right? That's like a fucking thing, right? I don't know what that is, but that's a complex.
I really hope Zelda Williams likes Nintendo games.
She does. She loves it.
Great.
She's been in Zelda commercials.
Great.
Her and her dad about 5-10 years ago.
Great.
Were in a fucking 3DS commercial.
Good to know.
Talking about Zelda.
Because if she fucking hated them, that'd be rough.
She also looks like a good looking Zelda too.
There you go.
Like
Great.
proper.
Why would you do this?
This is the worst idea.
Why would you do this?
Okay, you know what?
How did you think this was a good idea?
We're not even focusing
What is wrong with you?
We're not even focusing on the
What
worst.
is actually wrong with you?
Like, if you're dating...
this is people's lives!
You're dating someone, married, actually, because if it's a Bible thing, they're assuredly married before, you're not going to have kids out of wedlock, right? So, you're married to this woman, you love her very much, but she's for real about her kids' names. Guess what? Your children's names... That feels like an important detail of your life, right? And she wants her kid's name to not be fucking stupid. Preferably something out of the Bible, because it means something to her. To hoodwink your wife on that? You are asking for a fucking divorce. That is a fucked up thing to do.
Honey, Galatians 4:7 says that Daniel begat Rad Spencer. And quite frankly, that's good enough for me. I don't know about you, but I just want to keep it Christian, and I want to do what Jesus would have done.
And name our child Rad.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Nathan Spencer? No.
Well,
Rad.
Yeah, no. You know what? Sure. His middle name will be Rad for Radeathon.
No, wait. Rad as in like radical? No. RAD as in research and development Spencer.
No.
Bet you didn't know about that shit.
I didn't know that.
Rad Spencer is research and development Spencer.
That doesn't make any sense.
2009, let's go.
That doesn't make any sense, Wooly. That's stupid.
Let's go, Bionic Commando. Let's get it.
That's dumb.
Fucking Rad Spencer was an acronym the whole time, you piece of shit.
That's so fucking stupid. No, playing with fire. Like, could you... I can't even imagine. I can't even fucking imagine. Right? I can't even imagine.
And then you come around again and you go, but Virgil though. And she's like, wait a minute. I don't remember any Virgils from the Bible.
Which, granted, bitch, you should have seen that coming the first time. Because there sure as fuck ain't no... The name Dante is like over 1,000 years older than the Bible.
Like, how do you play Dante's Awakening Final Mission in that household with her walking around and not going...
With the remote nearby. That's what you do.
Like, what do you do?
Yeah, you're playing it all the time, and then you beat the final mission. You Dante.
Did you say something?
No, what you calling for? And the kid walks in the room, and you, what is it, Dad?
Dante, put your toys away. They're not out. Yeah.
Okay, I want Dante to learn martial arts and sword fighting and nunchuck. Wait, okay, hold on.
She walks home. And he's got the baby, and he's just like spitting it in circles, just going lunar face. Like,
no, you know what he's doing? Okay, you know how dads or moms' dads will grab their baby's arm and and just play with their arms like, yeah. It's like sword trick, roll, sword trick, gun.
Oh God.
That whole situation is a disaster waiting to happen.
It's insane.
That whole situation is a disaster
fucking
waiting to happen.
Insane.
Okay, well,
you know the little the circular little round toy thing that you could play with? Just have a bunch of little summon swords hanging from it in a circle around them and spin them.
Okay, well, he said I'm named after Patrick Roy, the hockey player, right?
Sure.
Okay, imagine my dad was a hockey player as well, right? And that's why he loved Patrick Roy and he named me after him, right?
I'm named after Wooly, the guy who thought he should name someone else Wooly.
That's fair enough. All right, that's simple. Okay, so, right? And then my dad plays hockey, and his leg gets broken off.
Yep.
And he becomes handicapped and has a cane for his life.
Yep.
And then I grow up going, you're named after Patrick Roy, the hockey player. Hockey ruined my life. That'll fuck me up. Right? Right? Yep. I'm fucked up now.
Yep.
I don't even know where to fucking go with that. I don't even like that. Everything about that story is fucked up.
And you know what? Here's the thing. If that story happened with the last Devil May Cry game that came out,
that's a not Christian game. That game is not good.
That's a very different story.
That has bad values.
That's a very different story.
Dante doesn't smoke and he doesn't have sex out of wedlock. He's a good Christian. Wait, is he? Yeah, he is.
And he's got a bigger dick.
Yeah, well.
Very different version of the story. However, it is not even that. It's the new fucking good one. And anyway.
Like, let me even put this into perspective for you. I have an actual story that's real that puts this in perspective. My mom also thought Patrick was a good name, but she was worried because she doesn't like the name Pat. She likes the name Patty because it's Irish and it sounds nice. She just doesn't care for the name Pat.
Yeah.
And my dad told her, honey, don't worry. No one will call him Pat. Everyone will call him Patty.
There you go.
I grew up listening to occasional bickering about, Richard, you're so full of shit. You said he wouldn't be named Pat, and now he says Pat. And my mom always still calls me Patty, no matter what. She has never once called me Pat, which ended up with some very white kid teenager. Mom, stop calling me Pat. It's embarrassing. My name's Pat, right? But that, little bickerings here and there, never a fight. That's ridiculous, right? But I told you so, right? Imagine this. And that's forever. That's forever.
Yeah. Next time, name your kid Javelin, asshole. Make him a nudist while you're at it, because that's clearly the best way for him to live his life.
Yeah, they call me Jav. I don't know why. Something about porn.
Wow, man.
Okay, I need to correct people in the chat. Specifically, it's not Patty. That's the girl's name.
Paddy.
It's Paddy. Paddy.
Like Paddy's Pub.
Yeah, Paddy's Pub. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Here's the thing. There is a high likelihood that our voices are reaching someone who's
already too far in.
Who's named the kid after a video game character.
Oh, hey there, little Sephiroth.
Or young Khaleesi.
You know what the trick is with that?
And it's not always a write-off, but you gotta be really careful.
You know what the trick is with that? Dante's a real name that people have.
Yes, it is.
Fine.
Yes.
Virgil is very uncommon.
It's a wrestler. Big fan of the wrestler.
But Dante and Virgil, fuck off. You're fooling no one.
That's
right?
Not,
right?
Yeah.
You have fooled no one.
Yeah.
Nero is technically a name, but I've never even heard of a person actually named Nero. Right?
Nero was in Nero burning Rome.
Yeah. But you can't, hey, listen. It's going to be real tough to get away with naming your kid Optimus Prime. I'm just telling you right now.
Well,
right.
Yeah.
But you could name them Peter after Peter Cullen, who is Optimus Prime in your heart, right?
Yeah. Honey, I don't see what the problem is. I think Sora is a great name.
That's probably one of the hardest sells, especially if you're a fan of Japanese games, because those characters have names that don't exist, that aren't real names.
What do you mean we can't call her Riku?
Riku might actually... Oh, what is that? Is that an island name? Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
It's an island very far away.
like I had a friend about a week and a half ago or so. I was talking to a friend who we were just like, oh yeah, her friend was like, there's a new baby on the way and stuff, and oh cool, they picked a name out, and yeah, what was the name? Hitomi. I was like, oh cool. They're Japanese? Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Good. Fine.
Great.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Just check it.
There's somebody in the Super Beast chat right now going hard on I'm going to name my kid Jehuti.
Yeah.
And I'm I'm freaked out because that could be real.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's not always a miss. Sometimes you can hit.
Yeah.
But you got to be really careful about it.
Got to be subtle. It's
and here's the thing, honestly, give your child an out.
Yeah.
Give them a benefit of the doubt where they could option select the way they want to play that as an adult.
Everyone listening to this, you and I have met people whose parents were dipshits and thought more about how cool their kid's name was rather than the fact that their kid would actually have to live with their own name.
Of course.
This is actually the most important part. Name your kid something. If it's some lame or whatever, give them a name that can be nicknameized into a human name, right?
Just in case they don't like all the annoying attention.
I got a distant relative named Bethany, and her mom flips her shit when people call her Beth. I'm like, listen, that's stupid. Everyone on the planet Earth is going to call your kid Beth.
Yeah.
That's fucking dumb.
It is hard enough to... Like, you don't have to go through life with extra ammunition being targeted your way. You know what I mean? Like, you can spare a lot of bullshit that someone would have to go through.
I'm a tiny...
A lot of dumb teasing.
I'm a tiny, smart-ass ginger. I didn't need to be named, like, Ezekiel or some shit.
Yeah, Jebediah.
Yeah, like, I didn't need that.
Yeah, so...
Though Pat didn't help.
Yeah.
Things considered. Fuck St. Patty's Day. Drink responsibly.
Oh, and certainly Wooly went over well the whole time.
Oh, like a sheep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Well, how about Darlington? Did that go over okay?
That's zany. That's proper zany.
Yeah. How about you fucking spare your kids some fucking stress that they don't need?
What would you have picked for your own name had you not had Wooly or Darlington? Have you ever actually thought about it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
And it's likely a name I'm going to use.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
The sequel. Yeah. I can't...
Wooly the Third. Yeah. Could you imagine?
Oh, dude.
Kick me in the balls. Wow.
That always struck me as like ridiculously self-important, is people naming their kids after themselves.
Yeah. You'd have to be some kind of asshole to do that.
Yeah, you would. Guess what? You know who is not an asshole, but on this subject is the dumbest motherfucker that ever lived? Rest in peace, buddy, George Foreman.
Ah. He's dead?
Yeah, he's dead. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think George Foreman's dead.
Regardless, he has a ton of kids. He has a ton of kids. What do you think their names are?
George, and George.
All of them.
Yeah.
Even the girls.
Yeah, there's Georgina's in there, but apparently they can tell based on his intonation. That's correct. Yeah, there you go. He's alive.
You know what? He's a boxer, and he took some hits.
He's not...
George, what are you going to name your kid? George!
Yeah, that's some self-important weird shit. That's a weird one. Yeah.
George.
Anyway. Give him an out.
Yeah.
Dear Star Platinum and Zawuldo,
I like that.
A couple of years ago, I tried to get my younger brother into JJBA with a mixed amount of success. Seems like an anime that would be right up his alley with 4D chess-style fights and masterful use of style and flair. Plus, I figured he'd be the kind of guy who wouldn't get hung up on the unapologetic flamboyancy. For the most part, I was right in guessing that. We got through parts 1 and 2 with him being super entertained and invested. When part 3 came around, his interest dropped quickly in a pretty major way. He disliked stands from the departure as a departure from the Ripple, and despite his love for things like Hunter x Hunter and MHA, that make clever use of individuality of mechanics to bring out the best in fights and characters, I couldn't seem to get him to care much past for the first few episodes. I don't think he got to Kakyoin, which is really frustrating for obvious reasons. There are also aspects of character design, specifically those of Platinum, Magician's Red, and Dio, with all the hearts and banana yellow outfit, that clearly drained any interest he'd have in part 3. Did seem to care a bit more when I ran past him the idea that stands could literally be anything, like a toy plane or a fortune-telling book or a ball of plasma in the sky or a gun.
Yeah.
And that logic of fights becomes incredible when you're willing to just accept a lot of Araki's bullshit. But unfortunately, as a side effect of JoJo being JoJo, it was very hard to explain concisely.
Yes.
Even now, though, it helped a bit. And clearly that was years ago. I'm starting to get him to turn around and give part 3 another go. But I still can't think of specific examples of standalone fights that would make a good encapsulation of the JJ experience. So I think showing him a couple of home run out of the park encounters could be what locks him in. Unfortunately, all examples that come to mind for me are big endgame fights that left disgustingly long-lasting impressions, and ideally you'd want to show him big fights that aren't spoiler-heavy, even if the spoilers don't matter without context. If you have any suggestions on what isolated events would make for some better JoJo moments, I'd appreciate it. If nothing else, use this as an email to gush about JoJo to your heart's content. Thanks,
Part
guys.
4, it's the fight against the dude in the radio tower and against Enigma with the paper. Those are fucking weird. They're fucking weird.
Okay, well, like there's so there's 2 good answers, and I would say that there you go. Absolutely, the radio tower is super weird and goofy.
Chat has an answer, and I think they're right as well.
My answer, there is. My answer was gonna be Ndul and Geb
Yeah.
Because Indul and Geb in the desert is the most interesting sniper battle in the world.
Yeah.
It's the most interesting sniper fight that's ever been done.
Yeah.
It's the coolest. It's right as an isolated, right?
Yeah.
Chat says Darby,
and they're right.
And Darby is fucking great as well.
They're also right. If they were, instead of saying Darby, they could have been saying Darby, which they would also be
Darby
right.
or Darby.
Because boy, does that have nothing to do with shit.
Darby. But here's the thing. There are these answers of isolated great fights that you can show. I think you're trying too hard.
Yeah, your friend just might not like JoJo,
and that's okay.
Yeah,
and if he bounces off of that, you should
your brother, rather.
Be accepting that, or at the very least, be like, hey, that's cool, right? Maybe it's just not for him.
Yeah, it's possible.
And if you start part 3 and you see the stands and what they do,
you're like,
and your first reaction isn't, oh shit,
yeah,
then
maybe
it's gonna go in that direction forever.
Yeah.
So I know they could get interesting and be more than just punch ghosts, but quite frankly, it sounds from this email like you're trying too hard.
And if you're trying too hard, you are really pushing them away.
Yeah, because the worst thing you could do at that point is make it annoying, so that instead of possibly wanting to give it a shot, he's really just trying to be like, fine, I'll do it, but and now it's just that thing that you won't shut up about.
It's like a sad anime hand job.
Yeah.
Just fine.
Like, it's okay. It's okay if he doesn't like it. It's okay if you liked 1 and 2.
1 and 2 are great.
Yeah.
2 especially.
But yeah, there are some isolated fights, you know. But I at this point, like, if someone bounced off something like that often, and I get being a huge fan of it and all that, but like, this is the point where you're starting to become that guy, you know.
Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. So, all right. What's coming up? What's coming out?
What? Oh, hey, Sekiro's this week.
Sekiro is this week.
I'm going to be moving my stream schedule over a little bit to account for that. So that's at twitch.tv/angriestpat. I'll be streaming Thursday. Yakuza Kiwami is what I'll be doing. I actually might change that to Apex now that the thing is out. But and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday for sure will be all Sekiro all the time. That'll be starting 8 p.m. on the weeknights and 4 p.m. on the weekend. And Paige might also stream some more Spooky or something like that. We were playing Spooky last night. Tonight, tomorrow, or the day after, I'm not sure. It depends on if she feels it. Over at twitch.tv/peachsaliva.
In the meantime, over at Wooly Versus, during this podcast, a new part of Devil May Cry 5 went up.
Oh, wow.
So, if you want to go catch part 21, that's available now. And
how are the remainder of those parts gonna come out?
Every day at 3 p.m.
Okay.
So, Devil May Cry 5 will be coming up first thing during the day at 3 p.m. As the parts are gonna go.
I hope you all enjoyed your big load, but now we're in the afterbursts.
Yeah,
I said it like that.
Refractory period.
Yeah.
It's still sensitive.
We gotta dip we gotta dip it into the glass of milk that is my availability.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I don't go to that board.
Yeah. What? Oh, I'm telling an old blonde joke. What are you talking about?
The Vineyard?
Oh, you do go to that board. You told me about it.
The Vineyard. Anyway. Got to get your pronunciations correct.
Fucking. Well, you can't be a big fan because you got the pronunciation wrong. I mean, you're safe now.
Devil May Cry 5 is going to be doing that, and then when the parts are out, then they're out, and then we'll record more.
Yep, that's how it works.
That's how it works.
We're all busy bees over here, so occasionally it's a little difficult to segue those sessions up.
Yeah. And you know, if you're asking me when more is, then the answer is canceled forever. I'm unplaying the game as we speak.
Do you know what I did the other night? I was running my stream, and I had done the thing where especially on Tuesdays, I read donations and stuff like that for 20-25 minutes, get all up to date. And then I switched over to the game, and then I looked down in the chat. So play the fucking game. I'm like, oh, what? So I switched the camera back over, and just fucking faffed about for 20 minutes.
Right.
You don't tell me what to do.
Yeah. No, I mentioned it a bit earlier, but like, there was a real funny one where it's like, like tweet comes in or something. It's like, when's more fun with that? And like, you kind of click and it's like, doesn't follow me, doesn't follow you, doesn't follow anybody that does anything with
Where
us.
did you come from?
You're not.
Who are you?
You're not. Oh, okay. You're not someone that actually cares about the content that I make. So like, you
can go fuck yourself.
You're just being that. Okay, cool. You're just being that person. Cool. Right on. Gonna do it for you, buddy. Anyway, so
I can't speak for Wooly here, obviously, because I would not deign to do so. But did you know that if you have a little sub icon next to your name in chat, you actually have more power? You should subscribe.
There's a counter on my chat that tells me how many users are motivated.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Motivation's important.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, I need to race to get to April 1st. Please. So
I will make myself available. Don't you worry.
We'll be doing that. And
how much time you got on fucking Wednesday?
Boxing is at 6:30.
If I show up early enough, we can just fucking do it.
We'll see. There's a time limit to energy, however.
Yeah, I know.
So we'll see.
But the cool thing.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Well, anyway. Meanwhile, what else is going on? Well. I want to say, so yeah, that's happening every day. And then I'm also going to continue to put out parts of other stuff that's not Devil May Cry 5 on my channel at 6 and 9 p.m. So Wonderful 101 continues with Reggie. Good times. Surprising how many people didn't touch Wonderful 101.
I'm going to say that that's not at all surprising at all.
Okay, rather surprising how many of our audience
are still human beings.
Yes. However, considering the ridiculous overlap of Platinum Shilling,
dude,
I really thought that
the Wii U was such a bomb, man.
It was. Like, but I thought I thought people went out of their way to grab that Platinum hotness because it was so good.
Only crazies like us, dude.
And Bayonetta 2 and shit. Dude, the Bayo box. I called it the Bayo box.
Dude, remember, like Wonderful 101 sold like sub 50K or some shit total.
It was
ever.
Insane. It was insane. Yeah.
It's the biggest bomb Platinum ever did.
More views on the
than
video
sales.
Than sales. Yeah, it is true.
It's wild.
Yeah. But I guess I just remembering how like insanely hype we got over it. Like I was like everyone kind of caught on board.
Dude,
Plus, a lot of people asked for it too.
I did the top 10 thing, and then I sung the song in it.
Yeah. So anyway,
that game's amazing.
So I'm thinking that we're showing that to a whole lot of new eyes right now, and I'm really happy about that.
You should probably do Bayo 2 then as
well. So then, yeah, Reggie's being introduced to it, so that's a fun time. But he's still doing his.
Did you say he was a Smash player? Reggie?
Yeah, he's a Smash player.
And even he didn't, because he had a Wii U for sure.
Yeah, but didn't really go in on that.
Oh yeah, because why would you? It's just this stupid lame game with the super fucking goddamn it.
But speaking of Reggie being a Smash player, tomorrow's getting to fighting games, and what better of the moment topic and of the moment game to get into than Super Smash Brothers Melee? Reggie is bringing in some Melee friends, some names that you may recognize from the Melee community. And we're going to get into it. We're going to fucking play. We're going to break it down. We're going to talk about current events. We're going to learn competitive Smash tomorrow. And everyone will have... Anyway, it'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. Here's one thing, right?
You're gonna have to swear off your association with me.
Yeah, exactly. I not only did I actually passed by a game store and I picked up a new fucking GameCube controller as well. So I'm excited. I'm ready to go. I'm so like in the discussion I asked Reggie a couple of things because like it was when this whole thing was going down and all the Armada stuff and everything, and I was like, yeah, okay, there's got to be I need the inside perspective. I want to know, and I asked him about like the malfunctioning controller thing, for example. Course. And he gave me an answer that actually made sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those ones I'm like, oh, I want you to bring this up. I want to get into it. I want to get like the actual perspective of what that is and how that works and why that resulted in what it did. It's so interesting.
Did you see Solidus tweet about a week or two ago where the clip of me ranting and raving about that is over 2 years old and there are still angry comments being posted on it every day?
No.
Every day.
Like a YouTube clip?
Yeah.
Okay.
On Solidus' channel, he has the clip cut out. Every single day there's more angry comments about it.
So that's hilarious. But it's really gonna be fun, and these are some cool guys that hang around. So that'll be tomorrow on the Twitch channel. JoJo's continuing, though I'm gonna be making a change to the format of that because it's a JRPG, and as people have rightfully pointed out, JRPGs should have special attention, and there's no reason to make the same mistakes from the old channel. Right? If something is not working with people, if there's problems, if there's a better way to LP, then why not take that chance and fix it on my new channel? We don't have to just stick to what we used to do. So I'm gonna be redoing the. I'm planning that out. I'm gonna be doing something different with that. With JoJo, probably just longer parts, a little less frequently, so that more progress exists in a given watch, because that game gets the most grindy, and it gets unwatchably bad at sometimes. Like the walk between two buildings takes 10 minutes because of the 20 fights that take place.
We were talking about, we actually had lunch right before this, and I was talking to him like, well, he's explaining the story about JoJo, and I'm like, is that why I went into your stream and I saw you playing Dragon Quest?
Yeah.
And you were in a blacksmith and you spoke to a horned blacksmith man? What the fuck was that?
So it was just it was very, very, very
that wasn't a stream though. It must have been a video, but I skimmed around and was like, wait, what? That was a JoJo game.
Yeah, so it's really like for JRPGs you gotta special attention. And the thing is, like, and there's always like beloved, like a lot of games that are like really, really long that are really, really beloved are like games that people want to see, but you don't necessarily remember the monotonous parts in the middle of it, So I got to figure that out for any long games I want to tackle in the future, and this is going to be addressed. And then, of course, RE2, whenever the chance comes around.
Yep.
Not going to be this Saturday, though.
No, we're busy.
Yeah, because fucking Sekiro's coming out, and I'm going to be playing Sekiro, too.
What?
So I'm going to be streaming that as well. And I'm gonna just see what the fuck the FromSoft is up to. Let's play some Tenchu Souls.
Yeah, I'll start at 4, and you can watch that. And then if after a couple hours of that you're like, Pat sucks, just go over to Willie's stream.
Yeah, yeah, nice, good job.
What?
Set that bar nice and high.
It happens.
Hey man, I got that Capra Demon. I got him in 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Fucking. Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I was pissed.
Got him in 1. Yeah. Same thing for
the real trick is to get farther than me by the end of the night.
Right.
That's the fucking
depends on the time frame.
Yeah.
But yeah. I got a couple one shots in there that I'm proud of.
I was really pissed off during Bloodborne when I didn't get to fight Amygdala.
Yeah.
I was super pissed. Like, what the fuck, dude? We're doing the pass off thing. I'm supposed to get to fight the boss at least once.
Yeah. So that's going down as well. And everything else continues, including Wooly and Austin look at PlayStation demo discs. Such a fun time. Such a good game. We got to fucking Jet Moto. Got to Jet Moto on that.
That's a good
shit.
game. That's a great game.
Yeah, good times. So anyway, that's Wooly Versus on Twitter and Wooly Versus on Twitch.
Oh yeah, I'm Angry Pat on Twitter too. That's a Twitter. You can watch me argue with people about really stupid shit. Never anything important. Always stupid.
Yep. Omega Boost. Got Omega Boost in there.
Omega Boost is like
It doesn't look. It looks like a PS2 game.
Every Gran Turismo game that comes out and gets announced, I go fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking Omega Boost by Polyphonic Digital.
Like that was so beyond PlayStation 1 at the time.
It had a crazy innovative movement system where you were on the inside of a sphere. So good.
Incredible game. Yeah. So the fun part is it's a visual, but the light changes over the course of the podcast.
Yeah.
Because it literally goes from slightly afternoon to
slightly evening.
Yeah, and that's always fun. And you can see how things get darker, and you get paler, and I get more like a Darkest Dungeon character. Like my eyes don't exist anymore.
I mean, that's cool. That's a thing you can go for.
Anyway,
everything makes me paler, dude. It's not a. I mean,
okay.
Light.
I've been holding it in for a while.
Yeah.
So I gotta go to the bathroom.
All right, we're gonna see you next week, and you can also check out our stuff and see us like immediately after this. So.
Or just go watch more Devil May Cry.
So yeah, go do that.
Go over to the Devil May Cry.
Okay, bye everybody.
Bye.
Bye.